Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell and AJ, here on ESPN 97.5, because we're at East River 9. Dell's going to do his show out here. Is Sean coming out here? Yeah, Sean will be out here. So, I mean, if y'all are hanging out in the neighborhood, in the hood here, and you want to come to
you
East
just have
River
a bag
9,
of tacos.
Well, that's Gilbert does that.
With meat this time?
Oh, yeah, because we can have meat now.
Yeah.
I said
if
Good
you
Friday.
have a bag of breakfast tacos that includes bacon or sausage
Right.
of some sort.
Right, if you have them with
or
you.
just al pastor. I mean, just a flat-out, full-on bacon with no eggs in it. Just a regular taco.
Right.
Whatever.
I mean, yeah, we are open to you bringing tacos here. It is no longer Lent, so we can eat meat today. So let's go. It is on. We got a great day. Okay. Dell, I know Dell was glued to the TV all day long watching the Masters. I know that happened. So that is cool. That is really, really awesome that Dell, he knows everything about it, so we don't have to talk to him about it. You got to watch a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when we walked in, Dell put all these TVs on the Masters.
Thanks,
every
bro.
single TV.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah. And he can't be happier about getting to watch nonstop Augusta National here at East River 9.
How late did it go? Because some of it I didn't know if I was watching.
Till dark.
At one point I didn't know if I was watching live or if I was watching. I know I was at the gym last night.
That's
Whatever
a
it was, 7:45. That was or 8 o'clock. That was obviously a replay. But
what were you doing at the gym at 8 o'clock at night?
lifting. I had TV until 7. So.
Oh, you did, and then you went to. Oh, you're getting ready for your TV gig. That's right.
Well, I'm just getting ready. I mean, I was lifting before, and then for 2 months I didn't do anything because I just sat just in a mad rush to finish all my draft profiles. So now I got TV until from 6 to 7 on the Insiders 2 days a week. I got to haul ass out of here after we're done and go do Path to the Draft. So I do 4 TVs a week.
Oh yeah. And so you got to look good. He's looking good for the ladies out there. He is going to be.
Oh, those ladies watching.
Yeah.
NFL I tell my wife, I say, listen, well, it's not even NFL Network. It's the streaming side.
Okay.
So I said, you don't know what this digital ass looks like out here in the landscape here.
Yeah.
You have no idea.
Yeah.
And she goes, ooh, I bet it's impressive. My wife always openly taunts me. Good luck.
Yeah. No, you don't. I mean, there's a lot of groupies.
I said, do you understand what would have happened if Elizabeth Winstead, what was her name again, Dell? Elizabeth Winstead. Is it Elizabeth Winstead? Isn't there a middle name? Mary Elizabeth Winstead. Yeah. I said, if she would have met me about 10 years earlier, she goes, she would have had a bunch of kids she was messing with.
Yeah.
She goes, I think she would have still had some real problems with you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Niall's here, but no breakfast tacos.
Did you bring breakfast tacos? You suck, Niall.
There we go. Tuck to the hand.
Yeah.
There's no breakfast. When
breakfast tacos.
Gil comes, he has breakfast tacos.
Gil brings us breakfast tacos. You, nothing.
Number one contributor, Gil.
Yep. East River 9 is where we're at because we come for all the major events, and it is awesome. We appreciate East River 9.
What time do they kick off here? Pretty soon, right?
What? Right. You can go out there now.
The Masters is underway now, aren't they?
Yes, because
it's at 8 o'clock already.
Yeah, 8 o'clock there. So it's on. It is on day 2.
It's going on at Augusta.
Yeah, and with a nice leaderboard with Rory at the top, along with Sam Burns, and you got Scotty Scheffler just 3 back at 2 under.
Sam Burns is 5 under.
Sam Burns is 5 under.
Sam Burns is 5 under.
Yeah, we'll play. What's his name?
Chris Vernon.
Chris Vernon does something going on at Augusta.
He started this years ago. Scott Van Pelt was telling him, he had him on. He goes, Chris, what you used to have this walrus in the background, and then you haven't done this over the last few years. He goes, somehow we lost this walrus. We lost this walrus costume. We don't know where it is, and this year it came back out, so he did a whole thing.
Oh, yeah?
Where he's like, yeah, something about SVP wants a walrus, and he was talking about SP instead of SVP. It said SPF 50 on his bald head or something. So it's burnt with red. I don't know. And they found the walrus.
They found the walrus.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
For those of you who never heard it, it's a Masters update.
He's a sports talk host in Memphis, and all they really talk about. He owns his own media company, so it's think like McAfee, but his is in Memphis. And he's really funny. He's very good at basketball, too. That's all they talk about is, like, basketball, is the Memphis Grizzlies. And all I could think of was, God.
Well, that's the only pro team they got, though.
I know, but is it that big that you can have a whole thing when it's not good anymore? Like, can you can sustain this when the Grizzlies, like, have long post-game shows and every day is just ton of Grizzly talk?
Well, yeah.
I guess if it's the only thing in town,
yeah.
I guess so.
I mean, that's how
they probably
treats the Texans.
Lock in on the exact same small topics for the whole year.
Yeah, and they're not great topics. I mean, you got to talk Ja.
You're talking trade Ja. Do you trade Ja? Do you not trade Ja? Day 750 probably, because this has been going on for a while.
Yep. Well, that's here with the Texans, and I guess it can be sustainable. But, yeah, the NBA every day, no thank you. We got Astros baseball to talk around here, and it is good. It is good right now. Had the day off yesterday, did not lose one game. Did not lose one game yesterday. Did not give up a home run. It was awesome. It was a great, great day for the Houston Astros. And they played tonight in Seattle. We got a 4-game series with Seattle. We got to play them on Monday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And Christian Javier down. Hunter Brown down for we'll see how long, and it's on. And here we go. This is where the season turns. The season turns for the Houston Astros.
Well, there's just a series of mini seasons.
That's all.
This one was up and down.
It was great. It was bad to start. Then it was great.
It felt like they were the hottest team in baseball at one point.
Well, I still think they kind of are. I still think you could make an argument.
Jeez.
You can make an argument for this being still.
We're not far away from us having a whole pitching staff of now who's this guy again? Remember when we did that last year with the whole lineup?
Yeah.
With the whole roster? We could be getting close to that on all right, Bolton starting tonight. Who? Bolton. You know Bolton. Oh. So Niles might as well give him a microphone. He's just yelling out on the sideline.
Chiming in from the gallery again. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yep. So here we are, live at East River 9, and we want you to come on by if you've never been here before. It is awesome. Great place to come out this morning and get your golf in. I guess it's supposed to rain today, and it looks like it is.
Is it?
Yeah, it's supposed to rain today. And, I come into town, and they're going to rain on me? What kind of place is this?
Yeah, I mean
that does this crap.
That sucks. You won't be able to drink anywhere with this rain.
Well, yeah,
coming in.
no. Well, I'll still be able to do that. Had my first hangover this morning, Dal. You'll be happy.
You've been proud of him. We had to stop at a Kroger's, Starbucks to get his coffee. I could tell he was dragging. I thought he was just sleepy.
Dragging ass this morning.
Wasn't sleepy.
Thanks to a few Coors Lights.
Coffee hits you pretty quick. That's good.
Yep. It's on, and it is go time here on ESPN 97.5. Rockets win last night. Philadelphia is just really bad.
It's 100% rain.
Yeah,
we're definitely getting.
Yeah, we're getting rain today.
Y'all don't have to mow out there. You're good.
No worries.
Actually, mow before the rain comes.
Yeah, so you don't have to mow
because it's coming in at 10 a.m.
Philadelphia is a really bad basketball team.
Yep.
I guess Joel Embiid is getting surgery in Houston. Did he reveal that, Nick Nurse, last night? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or did I dream that?
No.
And over some Coors Lights.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think that was a fever dream with your Coors Lights. They, just to harken back to the Daryl Morey stuff, he's been there. Daryl has been there since James called him a liar when he was in Philadelphia already. When did Daryl go over there? Was that
2020?
Was that 20? Yeah. 20.
So Daryl went there in 20?
Yeah.
It seems like longer.
Yeah, it does. It does seem like longer, but is he locked in over there? Does he have any? Because they had a little run, but now they're not in great shape. And I'm curious if the fans there. I know the fans. Well, I see it. The fans, I think, are
turning on him
a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
I mean, he brought a bunch of old Rockets in for a while, and that's just unimaginative. And
last night, he had Corey Brewer on the floor, didn't he?
No,
Corey Brewer wasn't out there.
They didn't have Corey Brewer.
Oh,
they didn't have Corey Brewer.
Paul George. Adam Bona,
yep.
Kelly Oubre Jr., Tyrese Maxey, and V.J. Edgecombe.
They
should be better than that.
They should be better than that.
Yeah.
There's actually Edgecombe, is a good young
That was
player.
an ass whooping.
Maxey is a good player. They should be better.
Yeah.
They should be better. It was an ass whooping. You won't be able to tell from the final score, but the Rockets were up 20-something. They got outscored, 29-17 in the fourth quarter. So they made it look, and it still was a double-digit win. But you know what I don't like? Amen Thompson played 41 minutes in that game. Why is Amen Thompson playing 41 minutes in that game?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why are guys playing 37, 34, 41 minutes? If you look at the minutes played for the Rockets, their starters played a game just like it was a 6-point game the whole time. I'm trying to understand why that's the case this late in the season. Why Amen Thompson's playing 41 minutes
with a game
when
tonight.
You're winning in the 20s.
And a game tonight.
Yeah, you were winning 17 at half. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. I don't know. He doesn't care about that whole let's rest guys thing. He does not care about that. They got a game tonight, too, in a back-to-back, and they got another game on Sunday. I don't think the game on Sunday is going to mean anything, so he can rest everybody. I guess Dorian Finney-Smith can actually get some time.
Oh.
All right, so that'll be nice. Isaiah Crawford, J.D. Davison. I think we'll see Jeff Green.
Well, L.A. did win. L.A. did beat Golden State.
They did.
So it may not matter, but it may matter home court.
Right, it's tied. Right, it's tied right now. I don't know. Well, they got some time off before they play the first game. Maybe
they're behind by a half game basically because
because they got the tiebreaker.
They lost the tiebreaker, so you still need a little bit of help.
Well, yeah, you need. I guess you got to win both games because if LA loses, you can't lose the last game too.
You need LA to lose one, and you got to win both. So
right.
LA's final games of the year are against their Phoenix and Utah at home. Not great. Phoenix and Utah at home for LA. So they're going to be favored in both of those. So right now I would say you are the underdog to get the home court. You kind of needed them to lose at Golden State last night, and they did not lose. They actually played pretty well. I didn't watch the second half. I was watching the first half, but they had a very competitive game. That's the game after they were coming off of a loss, but that was a big one for them. And Golden State right now is the back end of the play-ins, but still at home. Golden State's 22-19 at home. The Lakers,
are bad.
The Lakers are not bad on the road, 25-16.
They don't have their team.
But they don't have their team, and they still got the W. So, yeah, I was kind of hoping for a loss on that one. So it looks like It looks like you are going to. It's going to be tough. You're going to have the Suns. I mean, look, the Suns are right there. I mean, the Suns are, but the problem is, are the Suns locked in? Yeah, I mean, the Suns are locked into the play-in. Is there any reason for the Suns to play the next game? Utah's the last game. The Suns have the next game. Will the Suns play to win? Because Lakers are going to play to win.
They don't have any reason to.
They don't,
three
right?
games
There's
up
nothing.
On the Clippers. There's
3 games behind Minnesota and 3 games.
Well,
up
you know
on the
what?
Clippers.
How about you have some? How about you
pride.
do it for the and also for the integrity of the league?
Right.
All right. Phoenix?
Oh yeah, because the league has so much integrity right now.
Well, I think they'd like for it. I think Adam Silver would like for it too. This idea.
They had an investigation just yesterday about the fouls Golden State was committing.
How do you love that? I love that this is everyone's idea. You know what would be a good idea? The nuclear option. Eliminate the draft. Oh, that'll work well
great.
for the NBA.
Yeah.
Every NBA player and every agent will just fight to make sure they only go to about 8 different teams.
Yeah.
And the other teams are just out of – then the other 22 teams are out of luck. I mean, that's the stupidest thing in the world, eliminate the draft. That's never going to happen.
No, but they do have to do something.
Just let the players play where they want to play.
That's all. Just play wherever you guys want to play.
Competitive balance would literally go in the trash can. I don't know what they're going to do here other than saying, all right, lottery's a true lottery. Everybody in. 1 through 30. We're going 1 through 30. Everyone's in.
And some of these teams
there's a chance that the Oklahoma City Thunder could end up with Darren Peterson. Let's put the whole damn leagues in.
Everybody's in it.
See, this is because you guys did this. This is what you did.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you. And you saw Sacramento the other day said we didn't mean to foul. That was an accident.
Right.
When they fouled, who did they foul?
They were fouling Seth Curry.
Yeah.
Christie
and
said,
they're like, no, it was a.
He said it was an accident
because apparently one of the rules in the NBA is if you don't use a timeout before the 3-minute mark, you lose that particular timeout. So he wanted to get the foul in, but the miscommunication was fouling an 84% free throw shooter as opposed to someone else who was worse at it. So that's what
Up
is
one?
coming from the Kings.
Up one?
He didn't want to foul a good free throw shooter. They wanted to foul a bad one.
When I never saw the strategy where you're fouling when you're up one.
Well, you've seen Kakashak. We've seen the
Oh yeah, but not
we've
unless
seen guys
there's
get fouled who.
Right.
If
there
you
was
can't get a
Seth
stop,
Curry.
he said that's the issue. They said the mistake was to foul him and not someone else because whether he relayed it incorrectly
I don't see that.
or his
Yeah.
player.
You
That's
never
a
see
lie.
that. You never see. No, it's a
It's
lie.
all a lie.
You never see that strategy employed anymore because there's not a Dwight Howard or a
You'd
Shaq
have
on
to
the
have
court.
a Dwight
I
Howard
don't know
or a
who was
Shaq on the court.
I don't know who was on the floor for them.
And
Right.
anyway, what's the purpose of doing that anyway? You're not. What are you going to do? You're not doing anything. You just play it out.
Yeah.
Just play the game out. Try to get a stop. That's such a bunch of crap.
It's all a lie. But all those
And this kind of stuff is
all
what's
those
going to make Adam
investigations are
Silver.
lies.
Listen, when there is no difference between the last, when there's no difference. See, if you have no weighted advantage, there still is a big financial advantage for getting into the playoffs. Owners can make money if they get into the playoffs. There's more ticket sales. There's more suite sales. All that stuff. So it's a little tougher sell. Now this would be, I would eliminate the play-in game, and I would say, look, we're not doing play-in anymore, which they probably won't because they probably found a way to monetize it. But you can say
the play-in, they still get in the lottery.
they still get in the lottery. Yeah, that's true. They still have a reason to play. But are the play-in teams really even trying? Like, would you have teams trying to lose on purpose in the playoffs?
In the play-in, no. You're trying to get to the playoffs.
Right,
You're
because
trying-
there's still a financial.
Yeah.
The players make money. The team makes money.
Yeah.
Some.
Yeah. Well, the play-in teams aren't going anywhere, but your point. But you never try to lose.
They're going to do something
a
drastic.
playoff game. We got a break. We are live at East River 9. We'll tell you all about it. We are here, and if you want to come on by and watch a little golf with us today, this is the best. This is awesome. I'm telling you. What a great sports
Hey,
bar
if
they
it's
got.
going to be raining, you might as well post
Yeah.
up, watch, have some drinks and food here.
Food here, everything.
And
Right.
then it stops raining at like 3 p.m., so you're good.
And if the toilets get backed up, then call Billy Brown. That's what
yeah.
we suggest. We suggest that to everybody. I don't care if you're a business or home. If you got, and especially if you're a business, you got backed up toilets. Holy crap! What a problem. Or you spring a leak somewhere. You need help. And you're on your way. Whatever business you have or residence, it doesn't matter. Billy Brown and his guys are going to be there for you. It is the same everywhere. They're going to come. They're going to evaluate the situation and not charge you just to find out what's the problem.
Yeah, and the problem could be something major. It may look minor. I had this issue with my sink. My drain was clogged up in my sink, and I kept having an issue, and it was an issue, and then it wasn't an issue. Turns out the line had bellied, which means it had basically flattened out in my yard, and so I couldn't get everything down to the sewage line. It didn't run the way it was supposed to, so they had to come dig up the yard and completely relay the pipes that someone else had done previously, and they did a great job of fixing it. But Aqueduct Plumbing Company fixes a big job, small job. They fix all jobs, and they do it with they're very, very trustworthy. Very trustworthy, or we wouldn't be speaking for them. Call them today. If you can hear our voice, you can use Aqueduct Plumbing Company. 281-488-6238. Put it in your phone. If you ever need a plumber, you can just put it in under plumber. 281-488-6238.
This is John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
There it is. There it is, my man. It's in there. AJ. AJ is back in the studio. Dell's out here. Me and Lance as well at East River 9. Want you to come on by. We see him warming up on the range, getting ready for day 2 at Augusta National. Great place to watch it. We got it on every TV. We got different TVs with different. You can watch from. You can watch groups. You can watch Amen Corner. You can watch all the different ways that you can watch it. If you want to follow a group, they'll put it on for you here. It is awesome. Just great. A great place to come. Get your drink on. Watch some golf. Watch your Astros tonight as they take on Seattle. You can watch your Rockets here as well. They are playing again. And last night they won. And Reed Shepherd, I guess, is now second all-time in a season, made threes for a player of 21 or under. Or under 21.
In a league?
Second all-time.
In NBA history?
In NBA history.
He does shoot a lot of threes now.
He does shoot a lot of threes. I think he made 221 now.
Wow.
And, 221.
Who's first?
Okay, that's a good question. Reed Shepherd is, as we said before the season started, Reed Shepherd needs to prove himself. Reed Shepherd has proven himself this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He hasn't proven himself as a point guard of the future, though.
No. But he has proven
I had
himself
hoped
as
that
an
he was
NBA
going to be
player.
the next Mark Price, and that's not who he's going to be. He doesn't have the handles to be Mark Price.
That's maybe something he can work on in the offseason.
That's the
get
next
better.
step he needs to work on.
Right.
Become a more confident ball handler, somebody who you don't just let somebody force you to pick the ball up so far away from the basket. That's just a confidence thing. So that's something I would be working on all off season. I mean, just playing a bunch of games. Just get used to handling the ball, pickup games, whatever. But when I say pickup, like organized, summer league games, whatever they go down to California and play games with the NBA players, whatever the case may be. But, yeah, he proved himself to an extent. But I was hoping he would take over the reins as point, and I don't see that.
Well, I think part of that might be his coach, who, again, last night, he played minimal.
But do you want him handling the ball? A lot?
I think that going forward, I think he needs to work on that, absolutely. But, yes, I think he can handle the ball. Absolutely, I do.
Do you want him playing 32 minutes a game if he's a minus defender?
Yes, I want him playing 32 minutes a game.
Even if he doesn't defend well? You mean this year, not when Fred's back?
When Fred's back, it changes, obviously. He's going to be a more specialized. He'll be a catch-and-shoot guy, yes.
His minutes will go down next year.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that should be the case.
Well,
I don't know
if Tari is gone, I wish I had something. I wish I could hear from Tari, but I wish we.
Well, actually, my
Can
friend, I think you can, because Tari met the media last night after the game and was asked, what is the difference right now between you now and earlier in the season when you were terrible? And here's his answer.
What was the key there late to being able to clamp down and finish it off?
Just playing hard.
Tari, how do you feel that?
Turn up, AJ.
Yeah, AJ, we can't.
Your energy has affected.
Here, you can turn it up. I can't hear anything.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, it
AJ.
sounds like there's almost no volume.
So, whenever I am out there, I just try to do my best.
What did you learn about the team over this 8-game winning streak?
That we can play like we could have played like this. We didn't have to get to a point where we had to drop in the standings. Like this, we could have been doing this. So,
all right. AJ, shut that down, and let's go back to it. Let's start it at 1:15. Start at 1:15, and here is okay. So Tari went through. He said, "Listen, I'm sleeping better. I'm doing more. I've actually changed my habits, and I'm being a little bit more conscientious and probably just a better pro than he was before." Yeah. But here he is talking when asked about what's the difference now.
Personally, just not give. See, if you want me to be completely honest, everybody has an opinion. everybody has something to say. Everybody's got this or that. So just the not attitude mentality has really helped me, to be honest with you.
Keep it going.
At that, was there a stretch to where maybe things shifted to you for you, or?
For me personally, I went through a tough stretch. I've never necessarily been critiqued the way I was. Never had, media kind of discourse and stuff like that about myself. Obviously, people say things every day, but for a stretch, it was it was real negative. So I never really experienced that. Not that it really affected me terribly. I just didn't really know how to handle a slump because I had never really been in one. You know what I'm saying? I'd never been a guy who's shooting a high level. You know what I'm saying? So when you do go through those things, it's important to kind of to have the mentality just to keep going and like I said, not get.
When you said the team got closer through this process, what do you mean by this process?
Just team bonding. Oh, through the win streak. Just team bonding, hanging out off the court, smacking each other's hand, dapping each other up, just talking, conversating, stuff like that. Yeah.
Not even more important, just.
All right, a couple of things there. He never gone through that with the media before because, quite frankly, we'd never gotten on Tari before. Other than the injuries, there was really very little to critique him about, right?
Yeah.
Very little. He had been a good player. He goes on to say, it's not just about shooting with me. I do a lot of other things. But when you're shooting as poorly as he was affecting their ability to win.
Who do you think he means by the media? Because here's the thing. I think he may mean like new media. I think he may mean things like his mom and he see on social media.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe he means a video he saw of us. Maybe because does Kendrick Perkins, does ESPN talk about Tari Eason?
No, it's local media. It's local media.
But we're not. I mean, Tari was just really terrible.
Right. Well, but
he was shooting terrible.
But okay, he had never heard that before.
Yeah, it's just so strange. He's a younger guy, but he knows he was playing poorly. Did he not know that? And he's like, wait, why are they saying I'm playing badly?
Wait.
Well, you were one of 27.
Well, no. But he had never been there before.
Well, no, it doesn't. We still love you.
But you don't feel that when people are. Yeah, when everybody's saying how terrible
I know.
you are.
I put mock drafts out. I know how it feels. Okay?
Yeah.
I know how this feels to have people hate you, Tari. I do mock drafts, bro.
Yeah.
I know how much people hate me.
Well, you're older. You're more mature.
Yeah, I am. And I've been hated on for a long time. But I do know it is probably very tough for a guy who, I don't know, how old is Tari now, 24?
If he's that.
To hear everyone loved them, Terror Twins, and everyone's loved them. And then to have someone, because I remember, actually, it's funny, I remember when everyone loved Jose Lima, and then Lima was just awful in 2000. Awful when he moved to, and he got really salty that the same people that loved him were talking about he wasn't pitching good. But it was just, no one didn't love him anymore. There was nothing you could say. He was bad.
Yeah.
And he got mad at us because we were saying, like, his whole thing started on our show. His whole little journey into the media and the mainstream. But we were like, man, Lima's really not good in this because he was terrible in Minute Maid. And that's what you have to say. It doesn't mean we're not cheering for you to turn it around. We're not cheering for you. It's the same thing with Tari Eason. But when you're young, it probably stings. And you're already hard on yourself, and you hear other people, and you think, man, these guys are turning on me. They're being haters. Stay on that side then. That's not what it is. We're just talking about you just played. We need you to play well to win, but we like the way Tari Eason plays, period.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously. But, again, his point being, I've never not been loved because what I don't do, this is not my job.
Was it in his head, do you think?
No. He's not. He was never a volume shooter before.
Right.
He was never a volume shooter before. And when he became a volume shooter, he wasn't good at it. And he goes on to say, hey, that's not my game. My game is defense and rebounds and causing havoc and it's not just about the shooting. But when you were as bad as he was, it was a lot about the shooting. You then don't shoot if you're not a shooter. If you're not a shooter, then don't shoot because he was shooting way too much and he was hurting the team.
Yeah.
So he's better at it now. But one of the reasons that he is getting all of those shots is because the opposing coaches are like, let Tari shoot.
Yeah.
He's bad.
Yeah.
Let Tari shoot. And so they let Tari shoot, and Tari was not good at it. And so he learned a little thing about that. I am going to have to, I guess, get better at this whole shooting thing. Well, now he says, I don't give a F. And he dropped that twice in this interview, not giving an F. But I think it was that meeting that they had before this winning streak started, the meeting that they had with him, and told him, dude, you got to let it all go. You are just you're killing yourself here. We love you. We want you to succeed. Exactly the point, Lance. What you just said. We love you. You gotta play better and stop. Get out of your own head.
But it's easy for me to say that. Like, it doesn't feel that way. I'm sure when you hear it, your early 20s, you're already struggling. You hear criticism for the first time. Yeah, it hurts. You want to know how sensitive I was? How about this? I'll never forget this. And I remember the guy's name is Michael Downs. When we were doing radio, and I was a little older than Tari, not a lot older, but a little older. And this one guy was like, I don't even remember how he reached out and said something about, I can't remember where I saw it, but he didn't like me on our show. This is year one, I think, that we were doing a radio show. And we were getting a lot of, good publicity and people liked it. And then this guy had something really ugly he said about me. It wasn't really ugly. He just didn't like me. I don't like him. He's whatever it was.
Right.
Now, and so it's like, I don't care. I'm driving to a ditch. What do I care? Don't like me. At that time, I was like, what did I do to this guy? And somehow, I don't know. This is how sensitive I was. I don't know. Once again, I don't know how this route happened, how I was able to do this. But I remember reaching out to him on a phone call where he worked. Like, what did I do to you?
You called him at work?
If I remember correctly, there's something. Somehow I got a hold of him, and I think it was a phone call. If I remember correctly, I don't exactly remember how it went down, but I know that somehow I was able to get a hold of him and like, hey, what's the deal, bro? What did I do to you? Like, I was like, God, you would talk about sensitive. I'm reaching out to everybody who doesn't like me to individually see if I can smooth this out.
There's not enough time in the day.
I know. See if I can smooth this out. Hey, bro, everyone likes me but you. What did I do to you? You don't even know me.
If you get a call from Tari now, then you know.
Yes, I can get it. I get it.
Right.
And Tari's mom is always going to
right,
if you say something, Tari's mom is always on the lookout for people tweeting about her son.
Yeah. All right.
Roosh catches bullets from everyone. Kevin Durant, Tari Eason's mom.
That's good, though.
And he just tries to, talk basketball.
That means that they're watching. And you're right. It's probably that new media that watches the games every night.
I would think that, because Brado and Will are very positive. And then they, hey, when they say Tari Eason's really hurting the team, or I don't even know if they'd promote it like that. These guys are really super positive, right? Super positive. Yeah. But there's nothing you can say when the Rockets are playing poorly and a player's poorly, and you say it, and they're going to be like, and sometimes you're going to have them say, oh, now you're turning on me. No, dude. No. We're just listing a box score, we're listing your last 9 games. We're not turning on you. We're literally showing an aggregation of your shooting.
Yeah, but players can't take that.
No.
All right. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here live from East River 9. They got a little mini tournament going on right now.
Well, good luck.
And they got,
get going. Hurry up.
Well, it's not going to rain now.
It's going to rain at 9.
All right, so get on out here and hang out with us here.
Yeah, come in here with us.
East River 9.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Yeah, we're here, and we want you to be here as well. So come on by, hang out with us. 713-780-3776.
I want to do this. So I was just talking to an NFL agent real quick that we share some information back and forth. And I'm going to, you know what I'm going to do to prank him? Next time we talk, I'm going to, because I know who his clients are, I'm going to go down, all right, here's what I'm getting from teams. I'm going to say, because I'm going to say injuries, like this guy's fallen for injury. He's off the board. What do you mean he's off the board? I'm going to say his guys, like two of his guys are off the board. Wait, do you have him? Yeah. Well, I mean, I heard from two different teams they got him off the board for injury.
That's mean. You're being mean.
This guy's a terrible person.
Oh, he is a bad person? I like that.
Yeah, no, I get along with him fine.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I've told you about him. I said, oh, no, you'd like my friend John.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I said, he's got – I think you'd like him a lot. And I know he'd like you. He'd like to at least hear you say things.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Did you see Tiger Woods showing up at the Masters?
I saw it.
Yeah.
AI is incredible.
AI is unbelievable.
AI is incredible. I mean, how do they get that? So it's like a black Escalade that drives onto the course and spins out and turns over. And it looks so real. Like, it looks real.
Yeah.
Everything about AI looks real.
I know. They could put you in there.
I guarantee you somebody got confused with – there was at least – I will bet you at least 25% of the people that saw that who don't know that much about Tiger Woods thought that was real. Or thought, that's not Tiger, that's somebody else. I guarantee you a higher percentage of people than you think thought that happened, but it wasn't Tiger Woods. Tiger wouldn't have done that, but clearly that happened. No, it didn't happen. None of that happened. Nobody peeled up. Well, it wasn't the Masters. That was a different tournament. No. It never happened where a black Escalade peeled out on a course at a tee box and flipped over. That's just AI's that good.
Yep. Chris Senack announced that he is going pro. I'm looking at Kellen. Kellen, put a countless hours in to Chris Senack. That's the thing that really hurts a little bit is that, you hope you got that guy because of the amount of time that you put into him.
Yeah.
And he said, well, the kid just wanted to be coached. So, a lot of kids would have said, I'm done today or whatever. But Kellen got to work with him, he said, for a lot of hours. And it's not paying off for the coach because he's one and done, but it's going to pay off for the kid. And that's, did you see Brad Underwood? He stole Kelvin Sampson's quote. He said, the kids might not be here for me, but I'm here for every one of them. That's my job.
Kelvin had that quote before?
Kelvin had that quote, yeah. He had that quote after.
They're here for you too, Kelvin.
No, he said, but what's more important is that I'm going to be there for every one of those kids. Every one that plays for him, he's going to be there for. And even the ones that are one and done. You've got Jarris Walker now, you got Kingston Flemings, and you got Chris Senack. He's not used to this.
You're a good program. That's going to happen.
Happen.
It's a miracle he had only had one up to this point.
Yeah.
I mean, an absolute miracle because it means you didn't have a lot of high-level talent and somehow you were still winning. So, for him to have three, guess what? If they want to keep performing well, he better go get some more one-and-dones. That's how it works. You don't want a whole team full of them, but, you need to have at least one probably. You probably need to have one that's in the lottery.
I don't know. This Dion kid is like 7'2". He's huge that they've got coming in.
Yeah.
And I don't know that he's going to be a one-and-done kid.
How much impact can those guys who don't – I mean, is he a three-point shooter? How much impact can a 7-footer have in today's college basketball game? Because they play pretty standard.
Well, look at Mara. He had a huge impact from him.
He could step out too, though.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
I mean, bigs who just play in the post because you still find that. I always wonder what happens to these guys when they get to the pros, these big – because college basketball – there is a regression to NBA. Well, a lot of it's old school coaches who never updated their offense. Like, no, we're going to feed the post and go into the low post. You can still see that in college basketball.
Yeah,
not all teams, but some teams.
What's a little dangerous for Chris Senack is that they got their ass handed to them by Illinois, and after the game, Brad Underwood said, "Yeah, our game plan was let Cenac shoot."
Yeah.
That was, and you know what? And it paid off big time because Chris Cenac was like 1 for his first 8 or 9 or whatever. Remember, he kept missing.
Yeah.
Kept taking them. Had that mid-range. He said, "We'll give Chris Cenac that mid-range shot all day long. We ain't letting those guards beat us." And you know what? It was a perfect game plan because Illinois jumped out, and the Cougs had very little chance that entire game. So, what's dangerous for Chris Cenac, I think, is maybe I listen. Selfishly, I want him to be here. I wanted him to stay here, but for the kid as well, Jarris Walker is having himself a hard time. He might have really benefited from a year or two more of college basketball.
Yeah, they chase the money so early.
It's not like there's not money here.
Yeah, and even if there's not a ton, even if there weren't a ton, you just can't tell somebody 19 and their family, and they may be in tough financial circumstances where you ask somebody to struggle for another year, really struggle when literally a quote-unquote solution is there.
With about $3 million?
Well, it depends. I mean, I don't know. Jarris Walker.
You can make me struggle with about $3 million.
Jarris wasn't getting $3 million at
not
University
that time,
of Houston.
but Chris would.
At University of Houston?
Anywhere he goes.
Yeah, he'd have to leave.
Yeah.
He'd probably have to leave.
Yeah.
Because Houston's not like that.
Houston's paying a couple mil for these guys? Yeah, they're absolutely paying. They're absolutely
But Jarris didn't have that
No, Jarris
choice.
didn't have it. But Chris does.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. He's played 3 years in the league, and he's made 3.6 points a game, 6.1, and this year he finally hit a season high 11.6. Shoots 41% from the field, 42, 37 from 3. He had been shooting better from 3, but I think it's still coming with Jarris Walker. He's only 22 years old. But you're right. Jarris Walker could have been putting in time in college basketball, playing more minutes than 10 minutes a game his second year. And I think every college basketball player, it'd be great if they, or at least anybody who's not, Kingston Fleming's whatever, go pro. Realistically, Cenac would get much better playing in college basketball because he'd get all the reps. He'd get all the minutes.
Yeah.
And that may not be the case.
Jarris Walker had to sit.
Jarris Walker would have really.
Well, and Jarris Walker's playing this year because Indiana's as banged up as they are.
Yeah, he's going to be, when he gets to a second contract, it may, even if he doesn't, he still may end up getting a $12 million a year or whatever. And Daryl Morey used to always talk about it, you always go as early as you can because you get to your second contract faster. But my argument would be, what if you can't develop? Like, this is my argument with Ty Simpson. What if you can't develop because you're not playing? You don't get playing time, so you don't really develop. And you're eating up part of your career not developing. And if you're not developing, then your second contract, it's not going to be worth as much.
Yeah.
But if you're developing and you're a better player, like Ty Simpson should have, from Alabama, he should have gone back to school. But Alabama was ready to move on and get to their other 5-star they didn't want to lose. So Ty would have had to go to a different school. He didn't want to do it. That's cool. I get that. He just wants to be Bama, and that's totally understandable. From a financial standpoint, though, he would have made $3 to $5 million as a quarterback. He would have had another year of reps. He would have gone into the league as a 2-year starter, which would have psychologically been much easier to swallow for teams. They'd have had more tape. He would have improved certain things. And they made a huge mistake. I don't know if it's probably not the age, and I think it was Quinn Ewers. Quinn should have 100% gone to either Oregon or Notre Dame.
When
Those
he
are
found
two
out
teams.
he was a 6th rounder, 7th rounder.
Yeah. I mean, you 100 because now look at him. Now he's stuck behind Malik Willis.
Yeah.
I mean, Quinn Ewers is right now on his journey to be a lifelong backup quarterback.
Maybe.
At best.
Yeah.
And he could be out of the league after the first contract.
Yeah.
He could be 4 years, maybe 4
You're a
years.
7th rounder,
done.
and you're not even. You don't get any shots. You're not long.
You
for
have
the
to
league.
ball out in the preseason. So obviously, had he gone and grabbed $3.5, $4 million at Notre Dame, or Oregon, I know those are two of the teams that they were talking about. And I'm sure he could have found another team. You probably would have played pretty well. You wouldn't have had your oblique injury. You probably would have played well, and you would have hit reset on your draft stuff. That's why it was smart for Lenore Sellers and Arch and all these other guys. Man, go back into the draft and hit reset. Let people get another look at you. If Drew Aller had a chance to, Drew Aller should have done it.
Yep.
But he could. I guess he's done with his time. But
all right, 713-780-3776. We can talk some draft stuff on the other side if you want. Just let us know. Whatever you want to talk about, eat live at East River 9. They got all the tables all set up now. Come on in. You can have breakfast. You can have lunch, dinner. You can have it all with a sports bar, great sports bar, and golf course, and pickleball, all right here.
Rip and pickle, baby.
At East River 9. GiveMeTheVin.com is what I'm talking about now. I'm talking about John Clay Wolf and what he does for the community. Well, for the community. He puts more money into people's pockets. That's what he does. That's what he's been doing. He's been doing it forever, and he continues to do it every single day. You'll hear him tomorrow morning right here on ESPN 97.5. Listen, because that show it's different now. It is different. You better not be sensitive. You better not be in your feelings if you're going to listen to John Clay Wolf, because dude ain't scared to talk about stuff. That is, right now, you don't hear a lot of people saying the stuff that he says because he don't care. Because dude works in billions. So when you're a billionaire, you can say whatever you want. It's fact. I mean, you can. And John Clay Wolf does it. And the reason John Clay Wolf does it in billions is because he pays you more for your vehicle. Every single time that you sell, anybody selling their car, they have to go to GiveMeTheVin.com, because then you'll find out. You will find out immediately what that car is worth and how much you can get for it. GiveMeTheVin.com. It's where you sell your car. Tell them you heard it right here.
This is John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
How smart are the Houston Astros? Smartest organization in baseball? Yes. Because they didn't want any of their guys playing in the World Baseball Classic. Do you see get this. Ronald Acuna, 178. Fernando Tatis Jr., 195. Cal Raleigh, 156. Julio Rodriguez is hitting 152. Byron Buxton, 158. Vinny Pasquantino, 195. Jaron Duran, 182. Yohan Moncada, 091.
Yeah, but you're not
Juan
doing the-
Soto hurt. Jackson Churio hurt. I mean, it's guy after guy after guy.
Now do their OPSs. Those are probably high. You're just cherry-picking batting averages.
No, this is basic.
Now do the really good players, the guys who are thriving
There's no one.
because of it.
There is no one. No really good players. Let's see what Judge is hitting right now. I mean, this is it is real, and the Astros were on top of it before anybody else. Said, well, you're not playing in that, okay? We want you to be. And look at how well Altuve's hitting because he didn't play in it, right?
And Carlos.
Aaron Judge.
Carlos was banned.
Aaron Judge, 222.
Wow.
758 OPS.
Wow.
Yeah. How's that? 222.
It doesn't make sense to me. But you're getting in game mode faster than everyone else. I know the numbers are the numbers, and I get it. I get the argument for later in the season because you've played a lot more like real baseball. This doesn't make sense that should have any impact on you now, though. Because instead of spring training where you're just kind of lollygagging your way through, you should be prime game action right now. That just doesn't. I could see the argument for getting, having injuries later in the season or hitting a wall or whatever. But for right now, they ought to be in their primes. They ought to be like, all right, we've hit our stride. We've been playing baseball. So that just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. By the way, Spencer Arrighetti so far has 14 1/3 innings pitched, given up 5 hits, and struck out 20. Bring him up. What are we doing over there?
No brainer.
And you said he pitched last night now? Yeah. And he pitched last night. He's
And
got a
how do you do?
111 batting average against with a .77 whip. And they brought up J.P. France. Your boy, the hero, Jason Alexander, Dell's guy, he's got a .308 batting average against. 3 starts. He's got 16 hits allowed and 13 1/3.
Well,
That's not who we're doing.
I wonder why Arrighetti's not the guy.
I think they're probably let him have his start here, and they're going to throw him in Javier's spot.
Yeah.
He's going to be the next. He'll be the.
They don't bring him up till then. Till that day, probably. Yeah, they had the day off. It's Javier. Yes, Javier's spot in the rotation will be Tuesday. What is today?
Probably makes sense. Well,
Friday,
it's
Saturday,
a little
Sunday,
tight.
Monday. It's
No,
fifth day.
it makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, so that makes sense that he would be the guy that they would call up.
He'll
on
have
Tuesday.
to be the guy because he's dealing down there.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, he was supposed to be in the rotation anyway.
So it's shoulder tightness on Javier, and I have not seen.
That looks like he's done for the season.
I have not seen anything new.
Done for the
year. On Javier in terms of I didn't hear anything MRI wise. Chandler Rome said through an interpreter, Christian Javier said he did not know what was next for him, but that initial strength tests performed on his shoulder were encouraging. Javier said he felt tightness in his scapula during the final at-bat of the first inning. Now, that's not typically – the scapula, that's not bad. I would not think that is a long-term problem. So, if it's tightness in the scapula, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. I would not think that's long-term, but I'm not sure I really want him pitching anyway if he's going to be this ineffective. So, who knows? I'd love for Christian Javier to come back, but right now, Spencer Arrighetti is just running through everyone in Sugarland. Just get him up as quickly as possible. Throw him in there, and you know what? Maybe it is Burrows, Imai, Arrighetti, and I can't say Hunter Brown because you've got Hunter out until July.
I don't have him out till July, but it's going to be a couple of months, probably. And from here, it looks like Javier's done for the season.
Yeah. From here, you say Hunter out 2 months.
I don't want that. Don't get me wrong. I want him back tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. 713-780-3776. LSU Brian is here. What's up, LSU Brian?
Been a while.
What's up, guys? I just had something for Lance. Lance, you the disc man. They just letting you know here in Mont Bellevue, they got a new disc course coming. They said by the summer it'll be ready to play on. So just let you know to watch out.
The weeds will be high enough.
We don't know. We keep
track. The weeds will be high enough. The dirt and it'll be perfect for the summer where the dirt you get all dirt all over you, and it'll be great.
That's not how we do that.
And
That's not
weeds will be
we mow.
tall.
They come out and they mow.
Do they?
They mow. We don't have to have where they have to change change the holes where they pick up the hole. They pick it up and move it to another area of the hole. They don't do that. They say this is where it is. You want to? Do you want to make a shot? This is where
the same
the
every
basket's
day.
going to be.
Yeah, boring.
Yeah.
Boring.
This is the shot.
That's what
the
it,
shot.
Oh, it's the same. Boring. Okay.
Yeah.
What else, LSU Brian? Is that it?
That's it. This disc golf talk.
It's a disc golf call.
Why don't you get out here
That's
and Mount Bellevue?
what we got
now.
now.
Here's what people don't realize about me. I'll play like the same 3 courses.
Because they're close.
Don't deviate.
Yeah.
Now, if I went to College Station, I played someplace where they turned
fell in a ditch.
They turned a golf course into a disc golf course, which it's like it was okay.
You fell into a ditch.
I'm going to see if they have any around L.A. I'm going to go on UDisc and see if I bring my disc. If I'm going to go play some disc golf when I'm over. Hey, Marina Del Rey, you guys have a disc course over here? No, it's our property's too expensive to have a disc course. The only way you have
disc course
you have
in
the city
Malibu.
has to exactly.
In Malibu. Yeah, I can
You
see
could probably
it.
drive an hour and go 6 miles and go play somewhere.
I'm sure there are parks that have disc courses in the L.A. area.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
Bro. There's a lot of hippies.
Bro.
A lot of hippies. I mean, people like you.
And people who smoke weed.
A lot of weed smoking going on.
Yes, that makes
Do
sense.
you have to get high? Is that?
No. As a matter of fact, you do in Colorado. I played disc golf in Colorado.
And you got high and then went?
I didn't, but I noticed everyone else playing.
Everybody else.
There was a lot of dogs running around.
Is that
with
what
them.
the backpacks are all about?
Sandals.
Keeping your weed in there?
No, those are discs.
Those are discs.
Those are discs. Well, probably both, actually.
I would
Yeah, probably
imagine.
both, yeah.
Trust me. There's some weed in
And,
some
like
disc
those are really
backpacks.
You're on mountains and stuff, so it's a lot of terrain. Here, you got guys who have pull carts that will have like 40 discs on them, a speaker that's built into them. They're just blasting like Fish or something like that.
Yeah.
And
Bell's music.
And they're drinking beer. They'll have a cooler, built-in cooler too. Like there's some pull carts where they've got there's a small cooler built to them. There's a radio. They do it up big.
Yeah.
I've just got some ratty thing. If I want to, and I've just got water like a regular human. We're not drinking out there when it's 100 degrees.
Yeah, we do. That's how you keep.
It's not safe.
Stay hydrated.
That's how you get dehydrated.
That's how you stay hydrated. That's how I stay hydrated. I don't know about you.
TC Jester, I'm walking 3.5 miles. I'm not drinking. Drinking a vodka or a beer.
That's why
out there.
Carpath only is the scourge of man. Because if you have to, you're
you have to
drinking
walk more,
and you have to walk all the way to your ball, F that.
Yeah, you guys.
I'm going to go Tari
sit
Eason.
in a
F
cart.
that.
You get to sit in a cart and you have a shade over you.
Yeah.
It's like this heat isn't that bad. You're in the shade constantly.
Yeah.
What are you worried about?
That's right. No, it's perfect. Time to take a little break here. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here to hang out with us, give us all the disc golf information you possibly can.
No, actually don't. Let's talk about Rockets.
Okay, we'll talk Rockets on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5. All right, hour number 2 here on Friday at East River 9. You come on out and hang with us. You can get a corporate membership while you're here. They've got a tournament going on or something. There's a lot of people here that are coming in and they're looking at this board over here. What is the board? Is that the lineup? Is that the tee times, the tee sheet? Anyway, it's active here. And for good reason. It's Masters Friday, and it just doesn't get much better than that in the history of the world. Biggest sports weekend of the year, and
that doesn't seem remotely true.
Yeah, no, it's biggest. Yeah, because you got Astros Seattle, you've got
Seattle's 4-9.
You got Rockets Memphis, and you got Augusta, and you got in the Masters.
Yeah, like I said, this doesn't seem at all true.
Yeah, so it just doesn't get any bigger than this weekend.
It seems it gets a lot bigger than this.
Snuggle up. Get yourself a little table over here at East River 9. Watch all the events. Have a big time. And Niall will be here all day. Just so you know, Niall's going to be here. And so you can meet the world-famous Niall, who will tell you everything about minor league baseball. And if you've never talked to Niall about minor league baseball, then you, my friends, are missing out. So get on over here to East River 9 and see Niall. And senile. Did I say that? And senile?
You did say that.
Did you get that? The Rockets won last night. The 76ers are. I don't know how they were this bad, or are the Rockets that good right now? They're going to get the Lakers in the first round. That's what it looks like. Denver has won again. They won 10 straight. The Rockets have won 8 straight. So Denver's got a game lead on the two teams. The Rockets and the Lakers are tied for fourth. And the Lakers have the tiebreaker, so the Rockets are in fifth. Rockets play tonight. Lakers got a couple of games left as well. They play tonight and Sunday. And if the Lakers lose one, Rockets win one, the Rockets will be the 4th seed.
Rockets have to win both.
Rockets have to – no, if the Lakers lose both, they don't.
Oh, if the Lakers lose both.
Yeah.
They're not going to lose to Utah at home.
Really? They could. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Utah's not trying to win anything.
Yeah. So
you've seen Utah's fourth quarter action, haven't you?
Yeah, right. Well, and it's so stupid because, they've got a chance to be one of the bottom 3. But 2 Eastern Conference teams have locked up the worst records in the league. Wizards are just unbelievably terrible. And I think it might be Indiana. That's the other team that's really terrible. And right now, the Jazz and Sacramento are fighting it out. They're tied at 21 wins apiece. I got to look it up. But I think they're both tied at 21 wins apiece, and they're fighting it out for who's going to be that third team that gets the most ping pong balls. So yeah, you're right. The Lakers are not going to lose to the Jazz.
Not the Jazz. The only hope you have is that Phoenix decides that they want to not be a bunch of cowards. They want to play like real men, and actually stand up for their families. And do something so that they don't embarrass themselves, their families, their organization, their fan base.
I don't know that
like a bunch of cowards.
Is it that big a deal that the Rockets get home court?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'd rather have more games here.
Yeah, you'd rather have more home games. I don't think it's any question. But
you know what? You're going to start at 8 instead of 9.
No, you're still going to be the last game on TNT or whatever.
Actually, you may still be 8 o'clock games.
Yeah, you will
because you have the staggered. You probably I don't know. It depends on who's in there, but hopefully
you'll still be the late game. Either way, you're going to have the same time.
But hopefully the late. Well, that's what I'm saying. But
you'll get the 8:30 time slot.
It used to be some. Is it 8:30? Is it always 8:30?
Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah, 6 and 8:30. So that's what you're in the Western Conference.
It is wild being in LA and games start at. Like a Rocket game starts at 5:30 when I'm there.
Awesome.
But a playoff game starts at 6:30.
I'm telling you, it's awesome.
Yeah, unless you have
I got Astros at 5 every day.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
Yeah, it is cool.
Yeah.
It is cool. Well, what I don't like, and this is only when I've been in Vegas, is that you have to wake up. You have to get used to college football starts at 10 a.m. But
starts at 9 in LA. It's awesome.
No, I'm sorry, 9. Yeah, you're right,
yeah.
9.
Yeah.
9 in there. That's a little early, but
no, it's awesome, and the NFL's at 10. We go to church at 8:30. You run home and either get to Buffalo Wild Wings or watch it at home.
That is kind of good.
It's
you
great.
get to it earlier.
It's great. It's great.
Unless you have a radio show in the morning at 5.
Well, then you got to get up at 4, right?
Yeah.
That's the sucky part of it. That whole thing. But maybe we'll just take over the afternoon slot, so that and just
even better.
And those guys can just I don't know what they'll do.
You'll be tanked half the time.
Joe, I don't know. You and Jeremy, I don't know what we'll do, but we might take over the afternoon slot, and so Lance and I can sleep in every day. That'd be we could possibly do that, depending on I don't care what they think of it, but that's neither here nor there. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here on ESPN 97.5. You're more than welcome to do that. The Rockets getting 50 wins. Brad O says 50 wins while going into the playoffs on a heater without $52 million in salary. Fred VanVleet, Steven Adams, and DFS. Well, he's on the team still, but he's out of the rotation. He's Finnemis ain't playing, right? He ain't playing at all in the postseason.
No, it gets real tight, man. That rotation, it's going to be, let's just say Tari is playing. Let's put Tari in the lineup. So it's going to be Reed. It'll be Okogie. It'll be Clint. I mean,
and that's the 8.
That might be it. That might be it.
That's 7 because one of those guys is starting.
Well, I just started Tari.
So it's Clint it's Okogie and Reed and Clint. Yeah. Does he start against the Lakers as opposed to? I mean, without Austin Reeves on the floor and without Luka on the floor, Reed might start.
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know because would you rather really try to lock him down with defense? Like I think I might try to strangle LeBron and put Tari Eason, give LeBron like nonstop throw Amen, Jabari, and Tari at LeBron. Just constant defenders. Like I think that's what I would rather do than have Reed out there, give anyone a break, some breathing room.
Without those two guys on the floor, I would imagine Amen gets on LeBron. Yeah. Amen and Jabari.
I want him working as hard as possible on offense.
Amen and Jabari probably. Marcus Smart has been banged up as well. I guess they're down to Nick Smith Jr. They're down to Jared Vanderbilt. But Jared Vanderbilt is somebody who really pissed JJ off recently here. This is a really nice matchup. The bad part about playing the Lakers is if you lose this in the first round. That's the bad part because it is unacceptable behavior for them to lose in the first round to the Los Angeles Lakers without their two best players.
Even if you're on the road. Doesn't matter. Even if Austin Reeves were there, once Luka's not there, an MVP candidate, you should beat them. There's not a world where a team loses an MVP candidate and you, as the Houston Rockets, with your talent, should lose. There's just not a world where that should exist. So they got to – and I don't care if you beat the Lakers and they're not as – their talent's not as it's not the same, though, because you beat them with that. I don't care. Just get to the second round. Second round of basketball is awesome. Every round of basketball you advance to is better than the last. It's exciting. So I'm really excited about the playoffs. Really excited. I can't wait to see them play the Lakers. Hopefully they stomp the Lakers early. Just get rid of them quickly and move on. Hopefully that's going to be the case.
And then they get SGA. Let's go.
That's fine.
Let's go, SGA.
That's going to be a
battle. If, in fact, they get past Golden State.
Yeah, if they get past the great Warriors. And if the Warriors get past whoever the 9 seed is, and then they are able to get into the playoffs,
right now, the first game is Golden State against the Blazers.
Has anyone explained why 7 and 8 play and 9 and 10 play?
Well, 9 and 10 have to win 2 games.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, to advance. That's why. Phoenix immediately goes – Phoenix and the Clippers, but the winner will play San Antonio, and then the loser plays Portland or Golden State, and they get Oklahoma City.
Right.
So, that makes sense. That makes sense. That the 9 and 10 have to win 2 games. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5. You're more than welcome. Live at East River Night. Are they out there playing?
Yeah.
I don't see them teeing off.
They're all in the range.
They're all in the range?
Yeah.
I think they got a tournament going on here, which is
No,
great.
they do have a tournament. Like I said, they better get to stepping.
No, it's not going to rain. Look at it. It's perfect out now. That 100% crap you're talking about is just bull. Time to talk right now. This is not bull. You're talking about Green Street right now.
Yeah, I'm talking about watching your basketball team play on a Friday or a Saturday. They turn it into a party. Now, you can go to Tom's Watch Bar anytime and enjoy games. You're not going to miss any of the pitches, any of the shots. That's for any game. I just want to say you can go to Tom's, and for any game, you're going to be able to go there. But on Fridays and Saturdays, they turn it into a big party. 2 hours before the game starts, they're going to have DJs playing. They're going to have giveaways. They have themed cocktails. They turn it into a big event. Then when you can walk, then you can walk over to your to the game and go enjoy the game. If you're going to the game, come back and post game at Tom's. So you can pregame there. You can go to the game. You can post game there, or you can just watch your games right there at Tom's Watch Bar. They've got look at this, 4.8. They've over 2,000 Google reviews, 4.8 rating. The place is awesome. 65 televisions there, and you can catch every single game that you want. Don't forget, you got World Cup coming up, everything over at Tom's Watch Bar. And park for free at Green Street. Get validated at Tom's Watch Bar, and you are now parking for free while you're watching your games on 65 televisions with great food and beverage. Tom's Watch Bar downtown.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. Get that Rick Barry thing ready for us, AJ.
Rick Barry?
Rick Barry. He's an NBA legend.
What's he doing
He
now?
shot free throws underhand. Actually, now, this is kind of old man yelling, get off my lawn. But this is a guy who played, I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. Great, great player. You youngsters won't remember Rick Barry. Rick Barry was an unbelievable scorer. He was very athletic for the time. He shot free throws underhand and was one of the great free throw shooters in NBA history. He's just a great, great player. He had two kids that played in the league, and John and Brent. John was a friend of the show. John is in L.A. He plays for one of the courses out there. He plays in my course that I just joined.
Yeah,
is in the same league. You would go from course to course. I could possibly play in at L.A. Country Club and Riv and all of these places. It's a different country clubs playing against each other in L.A.
You hear that, Art?
Yeah. And it's and John Barry came to our place and they beat us actually.
Did you see him?
John's a good player. No, I didn't see him. I was out at the course the next day and I said, "Oh, John was here. Damn."
John's a good dude.
Anyway, yeah, I saw him at Carlton Woods a few months ago, and he was wasted. Anyway, Rick Barry had these thoughts, and see if you agree or disagree. This is something that I'm seeing more and more and more, and if you agree or disagree with Rick Barry.
Well, we simply get the officials to call it by the rule book. Okay. Stop the traveling, stop the carrying the ball, stop the moving screens, call the damn game according to the rule book because players will adjust. If you're going to allow them to get away with it, hell, of course I'll keep doing it. Call the game according to the rule book. It's such an advantage to let a guy carry the basketball or take an extra step. That's ridiculous. You know, or a guy to move on offense. I mean, why are you giving all this advantage to guys? They're breaking the rules. Call the game according to the rule book. I charted a game a few years ago, Chicago, Atlanta. 59 moving screens weren't called. 59. That's insane. I can't even tell you how many times they carried the ball, how many times they traveled with the ball. It's pathetic. I mean, for me to watch this game the way I was taught how to play the game and to watch this and what they allow to let go, it's an embarrassment. I'm sorry, it is. It's an incredible game. The athletes are incredible. What they can do is incredible. But they're getting away with murder. And I blame the officials. Call the damn game accordingly.
Agree or disagree?
I mean, okay, so I agree with what he's saying, but here's where I disagree. If your core audience that you're appealing to are, we'll say people, but it skews men, 14 to 34. This is the basketball they know. So the basketball Rick's talking about hasn't existed for quite a while. So what Rick is talking about is the basketball. That's how I came out playing. They haven't played that way for a long time. This has been out since the early 2000s when the and one stuff where they started allowing the extended high dribble crossovers, which would have automatically been a carry. That hasn't been a carry for years now. So Rick what you're talking about is making people who are, 50, 55 plus, so that you recognize that element of the game. That's not who the NBA is playing to anymore. They don't care. They look at that as you're going to die off. We don't care. We're not playing to you.
I see instance after instance after instance. Dell, you're younger. The traveling.
But he's
rule.
an old soul. I'm convinced
he's
a
vampire.
No,
yeah, right. He may be. He may be with Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Slayer.
Yep.
Hunter, not Slayer. Vampire Hunter.
He's Vampire Hunter.
Buffy was the
Slayer. Yeah. The Slayer is a specific title for the chosen one, like Buffy. Others are just hunters, like Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, he's definitely.
I would listen. Okay, I know Abraham Lincoln had his dalliances.
Yeah.
But I would choose him to be a Slayer more than Buffy.
Once again,
although Buffy was a lot hotter.
Once again, Hunter the Slayer is a chosen, like it's a chosen thing. Like there's some lore to it.
Is there a
it's
vote?
not something you. It's not something you do. It's something you are born. You're born into.
Like Spider Pig could be a
there's
Slayer.
a radioactive spider there, so there's a little difference.
So what were you saying about the carry?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Is it embarrassing because I watch SGA or I watch all of these guys with the traveling, and you see the like 5 or 6 steps that they don't call.
Yeah, but does
that affect you watching the game?
Not particularly. I mean, Dream Shake tweeted me yesterday during the show because we were talking about the NBA and the lack of appeal. Because I asked Sean, how many NBA playoff games are you going to watch in the first round that aren't Rockets games? And Dream Shake said, I'm not going to watch any. I'm just going to watch the Rockets because I can't stand the product. I have moved past it and to a point where this is what it is. I accept it. I'm not. I watch the games, and if I don't like the game, I'll just turn it off. I don't revel in the misery of saying the NBA
But
sucks.
don't you think it takes away from the game a little bit when the referees don't officiate it?
Look, I don't. If you look back to the '90s, while you say they let guys get away with things, back to the '90s, superstars got calls.
Yeah,
that was a thing.
It's not fair that my guy gets called for a foul, but Jordan doesn't, or Magic
grew up
doesn't,
in
or
Southern
Bird
California, not a Laker fan, but I grew up, and I remember those Kings versus Lakers series where the Kings would complain about how Shaq and Kobe got calls that they didn't. Chris Webber, they would be in the media. So this has been a thing for 30-plus years, and now it's just a version of it where we're like, hey, that's outside the rules of the game. But it always felt like certain guys were going to get calls, and others weren't.
Well, the traveling thing, they don't call it at all. I don't care. You don't have to be a star.
How often do you? But how often? Okay, so I'm curious though. You were talking about. See, I see this stuff happen on videos on Twitter because they've been captured.
Yeah.
Like here, that's not really. But that's you're showing the absolute worst from however many hundreds of games. When I'm watching games, I actually don't see those like 5-step. We see the most egregious, crazy stuff ever on X or Twitter or whatever, where people do a montage. And a lot of those montages are over different years. It's not even this year. When I'm watching games, Rocket games, I actually don't see crazy travels like that.
I see stuff. Well,
I see those
I see bad officiating.
Yeah, but I see bad officiating in NFL also.
Yeah.
I see. So it's not ruining the game for me. So I think some of that is
bad officiating is affecting the NFL as well.
Yeah, but I think some of that's overblown. Like, I don't think the NBA is being run amok because of traveling and carries. Like, the carry rule has changed, and it's been different now for 25, 26 years. You are allowed to have no one speed dribbles Bob Cousy style anymore.
Iverson's crossover of Jordan that was so famous. People might suggest
and
that was illegal 10 years before he did it.
Yeah, that was 30 years ago.
30 years ago, and 10 years before that, he wouldn't be able to get away with that.
No.
We've been doing this for a long time. Generations of people have been watching that particular
Rick stopped
thing go
playing
down.
in the 80s. 96, Allen Iverson had his famous crossover of Jordan. And so this is why what Rick's saying is it's just too dated. Like, the people who watch basketball now, you would fundamentally be changing the sport. Now it'd be fundamentally changing it so that Rick Barry and his friends could be happy that are we going back to the speed dribble, the Bob Cousy speed dribble too? Your hand has to be on top of the ball. That's not coming back. It's over. So I get the argument, but those same people who say, I can't watch NBA anymore, it's unwatchable, they don't really care if you watch anymore.
Well,
the NBA
I
doesn't
just
care
got a
if
text.
Mega Blast watches
I
anymore.
just got a text that the reason that it's been a product that has definitely decreased since this started in the early 2000s. The NBA has fallen
You mean
off
when Jordan
from
was
its
out?
highlight. Yeah, I guess
I think it fell off
coincides
of Jordan.
with that.
The level of stars, Jordan, Olajuwon, Barkley, the
Ewing.
84 draft all phased out. Basketball went through a cold spell. There's much better talent now. My kids love the NBA, so except Snacks, who's only into jiu-jitsu now. But, my kids watch the NBA, really like the NBA. It's just not for people. I got news for you. The NBA may just not be for you anymore.
That's so funny. Trey Wingo did he's criticizing ESPN's coverage of the Masters. He's like,
oh, that was Wingo?
No, it was Wingo.
Oh, okay.
Leave it alone. You got to know your audience. You're not trying to attract a different audience.
That's exactly
the Masters
right.
has its audience.
And
you know what?
Yeah.
Cater to them. Don't try to bring in people that don't care about this.
That's the flip side of that. So I have a friend of mine who, So this question came up about famous people doing fantasy football shows. And I made a point to Russell from Drive Influence Group. I was making a point that, see, fantasy football fans, people who consume fantasy content, they don't care how famous you are. They don't care that you are a former Super Bowl winner or a rapper or a celebrity chef. They're not going to watch your crap. You know what they want? They want people who can help them win money, who's my pickups and all that stuff. And they don't care what your name is. They don't care where you come from.
That's true.
Similarly, in golf, this is the way we like it. And if you're trying to get someone we want to have a broadcast that brings new people in. They're not watching you anyway.
No. How are they going to get them in?
They're never going to watch you.
They're
because
not
they have
coming.
so many different things to watch. They're not coming for you.
I guess the hope would be that the person you're using to bring those people in would use their platform to tell you, hey, guess what? This is where I am tomorrow. I'll be on the Masters coverage. They're hoping to bring them with their 30 million followers on Instagram.
So you'd have to bring like Drewski to the Masters.
Yeah.
Hey.
And that's just not going to – that's just – you would do more damage. The people you would bring in for the short term would say golf is boring. They would leave. And you would hurt, the John Granados of the world who are like, what is Drewski doing on here?
Yeah, I saw a conversation about it. People were trying to find the Masters, and I just want to watch some golf. Every broadcast you guys have, I can't find the golf. Where's the golf? Where's the golf?
Yeah.
So I think that's in line. You picked a particular sport with a particular event that is about the golf. It's about viewing the course, and a lot of yesterday was not about any of that. Or the day before when they had the par 3, it wasn't about the golf. It was about Jason Kelsey and Pat McAfee and Bert Kreischer jumping into the pond. And the golf people aren't looking for that. What am I here for?
Don't want that. I want the golf.
Yeah.
I want the golf.
Yeah, ESPN's got to be careful because ESPN tries to play to their audience. But their audience is not the audience that cares about the Kelseys jumping in the water or whatever, they're probably not the same. There's not the overlap of golf audience.
Actually, yeah. Don't care. I don't want Pat McAfee in my golf.
Right.
I don't want him.
Right.
I don't need him. I got Augusta National. That's the selling point.
It's probably always going to be what it is. You know what changes golf? You know what brings new people to golf? A really good black golfer. Because you're bringing a whole like Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
I've already seen this happen before.
Right.
Or somebody who's so outrageously good. Because Scotty Scheffler's like that. And I don't think that drastically changed the ratings on golf. When Scotty was on his run, maybe Liv hurt a little bit. But Scotty Scheffler is just like, he's Tiger-like right now.
Yeah.
He's been on Tiger-like run.
What?
But it's not bringing new people to golf.
It absolutely is not. Tiger's different than anybody.
Tiger's different than anybody ever.
Time to talk right now about Brinkman. They've been doing this for 50 years, and they're going to continue to do it. They're going to do the roof game. The roof game is a game that you need to play. And if you haven't been playing the roof game, then you're going to have some problems. You are going to have some real problems with your insurance. Now, I don't know, it's going to rain today. Okay, if it hails, if you get high winds and your roof doesn't hold up, do you think the insurance company is paying you? And when you haven't looked at it in 20 years, you haven't done a thing about it? When your shingles, you see shiny shingles up there, and you haven't done a thing about it? You need Brinkman. You need to do something about it. I mean, you can just put it off. Something happens, you lose your house because the insurance company ain't paying when your roof is shoddy, when your roof doesn't hold up to the elements. And we have elements here, a lot of elements. And a lot of people have lost everything because they didn't take care of business. Brinkman does that. Don't let a guy who knocks on your door on your roof. First of all, the insurance situation there. And secondly, he ain't going to stand behind his work like a company that's been around for 50 years. 100% financing available, free, no obligation estimates. They'll come to your house absolutely free. 281-480-7663, 281-480-ROOF, or Brinkman with 2 N's on the end of Brinkman, brinkmanquality.com.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Is KL still there, AJ? KL Trey? Or what is that? I don't know. Trey wants to get in here and talk on the radio. Trey, thanks for holding. What's up, man?
No problem. How's it going, fellas?
Good.
Wish I was up there at East River 9 with you guys. Hey,
I know.
The
We wish you were
Eurostep
here.
killed basketball. The Eurostep killed basketball.
All right, say more, Trey. Say more.
Hey, everybody's trying to do it. Everybody was doing it, but they couldn't do it, so the rest just let them travel. So the Eurostep killed basketball to me.
Yeah. The Eurostep is travel.
Never thought about that, but it's actually not travel if it's done
No.
properly. You're just instead of taking steps forward, you're taking steps sideways. It's actually a brilliant move. The sideways step away is a legal move too. What's up, Trey?
Hey, there's a discourse called in Webster.
It's called what?
In Webster?
About the disc golf. There's a course in Webster. It's in the trees. It's in the forest.
Oh yeah, that sounds like my nightmare.
It's Webster. You can go visit Dell, hang out with him on the couch for a while.
A, too far away, and B, I'm not trying to play in those forest courses. I'm not pinpoint throwing between a bunch of trees, man. That is my worst nightmare. When I play with my son in Alabama, Go ahead, Trey.
You got guys taking chainsaws out there trying to cut their disc down.
You don't want trees on your course.
Yeah, well, I don't want to throw. Do you like hitting golf balls through trees?
No, there's a
what I have to
fairway,
do.
and if you're off the fairway, there's trees.
That's fine with me. That's how I want disc golf to be. But some people go, "Oh, this is a great course. There's so many trees. It's so challenging." I'm not trying to have challenging.
Oh, you just want to have it easy.
Yeah.
Yes, Tiger
basically.
built Blue Jack, right? And
That's supposed to
every
be real.
course he designs, the fairway's like as wide as this because Tiger hits it all over the place. And it's not. I don't like it. I
built
think
it to
it's
his
like,
standards?
hey, a little more challenging. You like it where it's so easy.
Let me tell you what. When the what was it called? The derecho came through and ripped up a bunch of trees.
Yeah.
All the disc golf courses became way easier because they did a number on all
So
the
you
trees.
want another
I'd imagine
hurricane.
golf courses too. They probably got crushed.
You want another hurricane?
No, I'm good. This cleared it up enough.
It's enough?
The derecho cleared up a lot of the trees. Now it's like courses have nothing. Some of these courses have like, wow, this is just. It's like a goat. I'm literally just throwing straight with just a bunch of grass. Like this is. There's no sand traps or anything like that. Let's get back to the Eurostep for a second. Manu is the first one that I can recall who really made it a signature move. James, we know, was great with it. It is a legal move.
It seems like it's cheating to me.
I have seen now. I do see people use. I see people. While it's legal, I see people kind of bastardize it at times. I see people bastardize it. With some of the moves, more like in pickup games on videos that I see, like on X, where they have arguments, is this a travel or not? And I just think, if you've got to ask if something's a travel or not, that's probably not great for the game. But every once in a while I see it in an NBA game where you think, wait a minute.
Here's when it looks like a travel.
The gather step, I don't love the gather step because it feels like a travel.
No. When it looks like a travel. If you're running full speed and you take then it's fun.
And then you start slowing down.
But when it's slow, it's a freaking travel.
But it's not travel, though. It just looks like it when you're going fast and all of a sudden you slow down and you take these really slow, deliberate steps. People are like, travel, but it's not. It's not. When you go fast, you're right. You clearly see there's no, it's definitely not a travel.
I don't know. Anyway.
Do you want to interview anyone and get them on from the course out here who's going to play in a tournament?
Here. It's awesome.
There's that one, I don't know, the one girl looks like a pro golfer. She could sit down and take Dell's spot.
I don't
talk about golf.
Talk about you want her to come in.
Just if she's
what's your
playing.
plan?
She looks like she's more playing tennis today.
I know, but she's playing golf.
What's your plan if she did sit down?
I'd be like, I was just kidding.
You ask? Oh, you
go play before it starts raining.
You wouldn't have any real questions for her?
Yeah.
What do you think about Tiger?
You
Can you believe him and Tony Finau aren't playing? The
Uh,
only way I knew about Finau not playing is because Chris Vernon.
Do you know?
He just didn't qualify?
Do you know Sam and Abigail? Do you know them?
What?
No.
Neither one of them work here anymore.
They don't know.
And I don't see
Is
Lexi.
her name Abigail?
Abby?
Yes.
It is?
It is.
See, I got it right.
Congratulations.
I've called her everything. Annandale.
Our old friend Abigail just got a promotion, too.
She did?
said.
Good for her. Good for her. 713-780-3776.
And she's a fitness model.
What I don't like about the NBA is all the three-point shooting.
You watch a lot more sports in LA now.
Yes.
Probably than you ever have.
Probably. And I don't like all the three-point shooting. I think it's taken away from the strategy of the game.
I don't like all the three-point shooting.
Yes, because it's just turned into a competition, not a game. It's turned into a skills competition.
I can see that. I think it has been a very reductive element in NBA basketball where we have lost certain teams have lost elements of basketball.
Yeah.
It's lost movement. Some of the things that made it the beautiful game part two. Some teams still, hey, the Rockets still take mid-range. Rockets take mid-range shots. They don't just live. But the idea that
this run that they're on, it's awesome in that how many assists are they getting? Where people are actually passing each other the basketball to open spots and hitting them.
It's been higher. It's been better.
It's been much better.
The last game yesterday they were 21-16 again, where the assist turnover wasn't great. But they had, here's what I don't love about basketball, college or pro, where everyone's outside the line and you got a guy going one-on-one.
Yeah.
And all of his moves are designed to jab you backwards so he can step back past the three and shoot. Like there is no desire to get to the basket or beat you, read how you're playing defensively and then beat you based on how he reads you. Everything is set up so that he can step back and shoot a three.
Well,
everything is set up for that.
I think basketball lost a lot in the early 2000s when we had isolation. Well,
that was the worst basketball.
That was the worst basketball I've ever seen. It was unwatchable to me. It's gotten better.
Way worse than the three-point shooting.
Yeah,
way worse.
Way worse. But now it's gotten to the point where it's just can you make a basket from 30 feet? That's it. But
at least they shoot it way better now too.
They do.
Can.
The shooting is the skill level is unbelievable. Yeah. But I'm looking for more of a game than a skills competition.
I don't think it's ever going to.
I don't think it's going back.
Daryl Morey mathed up. He put the math on you, and that's that.
Yep.
You're done.
Yep. I'm putting some math on you. How much does it cost you to fly to Vegas with not only just you? Let's say you got a bunch of buddies. There's four of you. Four of you want to go or 5, 6, whatever, want to go to Vegas. How much is that going to be in airfare? How much is that going to be in hotels? How much time is that going to take to get there? You have a job you have to get back to. The travel alone is a good 8 hours to get there. How about this? Golden Nugget Lake Charles. 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. 4 of you, 5 of you can pack in a car, one car. You go. You don't have to stay the night. You can come back same day. Or you can get the hotel room for the night, whatever. You got everything that you could possibly need. It takes 2 hours and 15 minutes. It takes a tank of gas. It's not flights. I mean, all of it. It's so much more convenient, just so much better. It is a Vegas-style casino with a DraftKings sportsbook. So there's nothing that you get in Vegas that you don't have here. Be it wonderful restaurants, concerts, everything you could possibly want, and it's just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. It's Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You're looking for a good time? Much easier than getting over to Vegas. It's GoldenNuggetLC.com.
This is John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. We got a little over an hour left in the week. What did we – oh, well, we got the Masters all weekend long. We got the NBA finishing up. We got a big series against Seattle coming up. So we got a nice weekend. We got a nice weekend of sports. I think the biggest sports weekend of the year, but that's just me because the Masters is involved.
I mean, as bad as you're playing Astros-wise, like, you're right there. This is a bad division.
Yeah.
It's a bad division. You're right there. You just got to pull your head out. Spencer Getty, I'm assuming the stats I saw this morning included yesterday's game. I've got to see, but he's pitched 3 games in the minors, and he has a whip of .77. He struck out 20 in 14 innings. He's allowed 5 hits. Like, that's kids play for him down there. He needs to be at the big squad, and we kind of assume that they're going to bring him up. The next thing you'll hear is that he's joining the team and will take over Javier's spot. There's nothing new on Javier in terms of the soreness, the tightness in his shoulder. But let's be real, they're going to be precautionary. Even if it's just for short term, it'll still probably be 2 starts minimum, I would think. They'll do strength stuff, they'll do rehab stuff, they'll do,
I don't want to see Javier again until he's hitting 93, 94 consistently.
Well, okay, I'll see you never.
Well, then what's the sense of keep throwing him out there? The best thing that could happen was him having a shoulder strain because when he goes out there, it's a guaranteed loss.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you can't have that guy in the rotation throwing the way that he's throwing. He can't hump it up anymore. He was never a 97 guy, but he had movement on it for whatever reason. He was so dominant before his injury that put him on the sideline for the last couple of years here. He was so dominant, and it wasn't anything magical about it. There wasn't anything magical. It wasn't like he's not a 98-mile-an-hour guy, but it seemed like he was unhittable.
Just tremendous movement. He had tremendous movement. Now it's just, yeah, it's just sad. It's just sad.
Yeah.
I mean, it really feels like it's going to be a sad, chapter in Astros history where years and years, in 10 years, people will talk about, remember the great 22 from Christian Javier, like Astros fans, like when I was a kid, Dickie Thon got hit in the face with a baseball by Mike Torres, and this is an all-star hitter who was never the same ever again. It's just, you have the lore of every once in a while, you have the lore of the great player whose career was cut short by injury, and it wasn't long enough really to call him a great pitcher, but I mean, he was one of the top 3 Cy Young Award. He was literally, Christian Javier went into 23 from an odds standpoint as one of the top 3 Cy Young Award odds in the AL. That's how good he was. I mean, that's how that's what he was considered. And at this point now, it feels like no matter what happens, you just hope he gets to a functional level where he can become a 4th or 5th starter for the Astros because he's shown nothing since his arm injury. There was like 1 start last year that was really good, and other than that, it's been nothing. So
the Astros are feast or famine. Either they get, they gave Altuve money, they gave Bregman early money, Altuve early money, Jordan early money. They gave Lance McCullers early money. They gave as soon as Javier got his money, he sucked. Montero, as soon as he got his money, he sucked. Jose Abreu's money sucked. It's been either feast or famine for this organization when they put out big money.
Yeah.
I can't blame Jim Crane for being gun-shy.
Yeah. It's what you have to do to buy extra years on guys, but you're right. It really has been one or the other. There's been
it's either you're really good, great, or you suck.
Yeah.
It's worthless.
Really no in between. A lot of the suck stuff has just been injuries, too.
Yeah. Yep. I wonder.
Well, Montero is a bad contract. Should have never been 3 years in the first place.
No.
I mean, that's a transient position. Minor leaguers who aren't relief pitchers who aren't starters don't stay good for 4 years in a row. They have ups and downs. That's why they bounce from team to team.
Well, but listen, Javier's $53 million. It's hurting. It's hurting his team.
Well, it's hurting Jim.
Yeah. Well, no, because you can't use that money on somebody else. I mean, he has a salary. Listen, there is an arbitrary salary cap for him, and he's hit it.
It's not arbitrary.
He
knows.
He's hit it.
Well, it's been Lance.
Well,
it's frankly, it's been over $40 million worth of money the last few years, and I'm going. That's light. I'm going Javier, McCullers, and any number of players who were terrible. Abreu, Montero, whoever you want to say, they've burned up $40 to $50 million a year easily. Easily.
Yep. And when you do have a cap, which Jim Crane has, then those decisions are killers.
Yeah.
And they've been and it's one of the reasons that this organization isn't what it was. Those contracts that are just destroying your cap. All right, 713-780-3776. You know who won't destroy your cap? Zadok Jewelers.
No, they won't, but they will work with your cap, depending on what your cap is, because you may say, I got a big bonus at work, or I work a great job, and money's not an issue, and I want to get the very, very best for my wife. That's great, man. Go in and get one of those tennis bracelets with all the diamonds. That's incredible. I've seen some of those in Zadok's, and Zadok Jewelers, and I was blown away. They've got 28,000 square feet. Zadok does, and there's so many different types of jewelry to choose from rings to necklaces to pendants to hoop earrings to, as I mentioned, the tennis bracelets. There's a lot to choose from. They've got something for everybody from a budget standpoint, but also from a quality standpoint. They can educate you on the diamond ring, the engagement ring process, and what to look for. That's on their website itself. They've got their own designers in-house to design something special just for you. There's something for everyone at Zadok Jewelers. If you're looking for that special gift for Mother's Day, an anniversary, a birthday, a push gift for when she just gave birth, find something awesome at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Over 5 decades of being Houston's unofficial jeweler, but they should be just the official jeweler because everyone goes to Zadok Jewelers.
All right, welcome back. Live at East River 9, our final hour of the week. Do you want to play What Did You Learn This Week in one sentence? Is that a game that people want to play? I don't think we learned much of anything all week long. Is there anything that you learned this week on the show?
On the show?
I learned that Dell has a hard time eating and keeping his headset on.
You literally just learned that.
Yeah.
I learned.
There's nothing that we learned this week on the show, I don't think.
Rick Barry doesn't like basketball today. I kind of knew that already without knowing it.
Yeah. Rick Barry's a yell at you.
Anybody who's over the age of 70 who used to play basketball hates basketball today. That's pretty much a given.
It's given. Yep. No, that's true. There's no question about that. They don't like. I'll tell you this though, there's a lot better shooting going on in the league right now than when he played. That's for sure.
Yeah.
One thing we didn't get to all week was J.D. Martinez.
Ooh, do we have that audio?
Yeah, we have the audio.
Yeah.
It's a little disheartening. Although the organization and Jeff Luhnow talked about it in his book. Well, I don't. It wasn't his book. It was a book about the Astros that was written by a guy named Ryder. He followed the Astros around.
Yeah, Ben Ryder.
Ben Ryder. We had him on the show.
Was it Reader or Ryder? Yeah.
I think it was Ryder, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, he talked about Jeff Luhnow cutting J.D. Martinez when J.D. Martinez went to Oregon to some hitting coach after a few years with the Astros. He was on the Astros for a few years. He was okay. He was just okay. Wasn't great. Was okay. He went and he changed his entire swing up in Oregon. Came back and he was crushing the ball in spring training. But Jeff Luhnow didn't believe it. And Jeff Luhnow just said, nah, we know who he is. Let's get rid of him. Turns into an all-star and a great, great player for Boston and the Dodgers. And now J.D. Martinez reveals, well, it wasn't all that great, tutti-frutti to be an Astro. This is something you don't hear too often because everybody really has loved this organization for years and years and years, and it's been really player-friendly. Not to J.D. Martinez.
When you were a player, when did you kind of start embracing that mentorship role, and I guess why did you decide to kind of go that route?
It's actually a funny story. Good question. When I was with the Astros, I remember I was in a bad spot. I was, an up and down guy that barely played. I would reach out to the veteran guys, and at that time it was a little different. The veteran guys weren't very nice, you would say. Let's use not nice is a good term, but I remember seeing that and asking questions and them kind of never answering it, and they kind of blowing me off and just making my life a nightmare. I remember saying, I was like, you know what? If God ever blesses me where I'm in that position, I'm never going to treat a young guy like that, and I'll always answer any questions and help them out in any which way, because I remember how helpless that feeling was, and going through that whole process. So, when things changed for me, and I kind of grew as a player, and the same situation happened, I leaned towards the other side more.
Now I've got the roster pulled up. So, in 2011, his rookie year, let's say a lot of that stuff happened his rookie year. In 2011, when he first started, you had the likes of Michael Bourne, Hunter Pence, Carlos Lee, Jose Altuve, Brent Wallace, Humberto Quintero, Clinton Barmas, and those guys. We know he's not talking about Altuve. In 2012, okay, second year in, he's a starter now. So maybe he's talking about that year. As I mentioned before, I mentioned that Hunter Pence was one of them, but Hunter was traded. So Hunter was no longer there. So now the 2012 Astros, Jason Castro, Carlos Lee, Jose Altuve, Jed Lowry, Chris Johnson, I barely remember. J.D. Martinez was a starter. Jordan Schaefer, Brian Bogasevic. It's not like he was any kind of long-time starter. So if he's reaching out to the veterans, it might be Carlos Lee.
Who we know was not – he didn't really care about baseball all that much. He loved his horses and was not very –
So he might have ignored him just by accident because he just didn't care about anything.
Right.
It wouldn't have been Jason Castro because Jason Castro was in the same boat. He was basically a rookie as well. I don't think it would have been Altuve Altuve is still pretty fresh on the team also. He's only 22 years old, so it wasn't Altuve. So the veterans would have been Carlos Lee.
Lowry.
Jed Lowry. It would have been
Brett Wallace.
Well, actually, Bogusevic was 28.
Brett Wallace might have been worried about him taking his job.
It could have been Bogusevic, actually, at age 28 back then. And then the year earlier,
boy, what a bad team.
It would have been maybe Clint Barmas or Chris Johnson or Michael Bourne or Hunter Pence.
What a bad team this was.
Oh, yeah, that's why as soon as you hear the Astros, you think, our Astros? But right away I knew the time frame. I'm like, I'm interested to see who it is. It might have been Michael Bourne if he's, it could have been Michael Bourne. It could have been Hunter Pence. It could have been one of those guys.
Chris Johnson, Justin Maxwell, Jordan Schaefer.
Yeah.
Chris Snyder.
Hey, this is a 100-loss team,
Scott
brother.
Moore. I mean, talk about a bad team.
106-loss team in 2011. In 2012, they were an 82-loss team.
82 and 82.
I'm sorry. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. They were 107.
Yeah, right. They were 3 straight years of 100
Even more.
Yeah.
And then 2013, even more.
Yeah.
111 straight losses. So.
Yeah. So you don't hear that about the Astros. That's the first time I believe I've ever heard a guy say, yeah, the veteran leadership was just awful. But that was Carlos. That was you want to talk about a transition time for this organization. They went from the Bagwell, Berkman, Alou, Kent, Royo to
Biggio.
Carlos Lee.
Just a bunch of guys.
Yeah. The Carlos Lee thing that just kept them afloat until about 2010.
Yeah.
And then just utter disaster.
Just disaster. 11, 12, 13. I mean, and Jim Crane bought it and basically said, tear it down to the studs.
Yep.
We're just buying. We're buying lot value. We're buying lot value, and that's it. We're redoing the whole house. Tear it down. We're going to build a McMansion, and that's what they did.
Yep.
In 2014, it went to 92 losses from 111. So there was a 19-game difference. In 2015, they were in the playoffs, and away you
well,
went.
all those draft picks really, they really paid off.
Yeah, they paid off.
Yeah, Carlos, Springer, Carlos. Bregman, Lance.
It's been a while since you've had one really pay off like that.
Yeah, they haven't. They haven't really. No.
Name the draft pick that's really paid off so far. You've had Latin American pitchers until they all got hurt.
Hunter
Brown. Yeah. What year was Hunter Brown drafted? What round?
I don't remember. I don't know. Niall should know this, but he doesn't. He's just looking at with a blank stare over there. Okay.
He was drafted by the Astros in the 5th round.
5th. How about that payoff?
Of the 2019 draft.
How about that payoff? Pretty
2019 draft.
A 5th rounder that turns into your ace. That's out for what I think is a couple months. What I think is going to be a couple of months. 713-780-3776.
You got Bryce Matthews, Jacob Melton, and who was the other guy that you drafted that they traded the same was it the same year as Melton? That draft, who was the other young player they drafted? These guys have not fulfilled their destiny as top. You've already moved on obviously from one of them, but they've not. What's that? No, not DeCenzo wasn't who I was thinking of, but same thing with him. He hasn't done anything either. Like, these draft picks aren't doing a whole lot right now. And I think we got spoiled with them. Their hits were astonishingly good hits. Like, their hits were incredible hits. Lance McCullers had a lot of injuries, but he was a hit from a talent standpoint. Carlos was a hit. Breggy was a hit. Like, these, you're not going to hit at that level very often. And, Jordan, you stole Jordan. I don't even remember where you drafted Kyle Tucker. I can't remember how high a pick Kyle Tucker was.
He was a high pick.
He was, right?
Yeah, Tucker, I think, was a 2nd rounder, if I'm not mistaken.
He was drafted by the Astros in the no, he's 1st rounder.
1st rounder.
Whoa, he was the 5th pick of the draft.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a hit.
2015.
It's a hit for him.
That's a hit 11 years ago.
Yeah.
But, I mean, your core was built on strong Latin American scouting, one of the great outliers in the history of baseball, Jose Altuve, a great confluence of draft picks that hit at an all-star level, a Jordan theft Like, you had a lot of great things, and then some shrewd moves,
Well,
trades.
you had a
shrewd moves with Verlander, shrewd move with Garrett Cole.
great Latin American.
Yeah, the scouting was amazing.
Well, yeah, you picked up Garcia, Urquidy,
For cheap.
Javier. All of those guys came because you were better than everybody else in Latin America.
Yeah, and you got them cheap.
And what's
Fromber.
You have a cap in Latin America of what you can spend, and the Astros let everybody go out and spend all their money.
Yeah, these are older
and then
players.
They got really good guys on the cheap.
So they got older players.
Yeah.
They didn't, usually
Fromber,
you go get the
yep.
17-year-olds, the 16-year-olds. They actually got guys who are in their early 20s,
Right.
which is not – that's like the second wave of free agency. This is not who everyone's looking for.
And they hit.
And they just said, we'll take – you can go get the kids. We're going to go get the grown men and see what happens.
Yep.
And they did a great job. And then, they were able to grind out 2 seasons out of Garcia, so that was cool.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5, you are more than welcome to do that. I am talking right now about you are talking about the Houston Rockets.
Good. I'm sitting here eating, thinking, I wonder what I can get from the club level of Houston Rockets if I get club level seats. Well, how am I going to get that for the playoffs? The best way to do that, really best way to get any level seats, is to take a look at season ticket package. And here's why. You get the best seats at the best prices when you get a season ticket package. It opens up playoff seating priority for you as well. So you can get your playoff tickets for this year. Don't delay. I mean, go today. Go to rockets.com/radio. You'll be able to see for yourself. You get that season ticket. You get a season ticket membership. And what that allows you to do is get your playoff tickets this year, sign up for a season package next year, and then they have the full season. They have different types of season packages, so you can, choose what's right for you. But just know this. You already have one of the better teams in the Western Conference right now. All the players come back next year. You're going to have everyone healthy. Why not kick it off with a business expense? Get that for your business, and you can go to the games you want to go to. Let people who work for you go to games when you don't want to go. And, of course, you got your playoff tickets, and you're going to all of those things. And you're going to go watch our Houston Rockets win and go deep in the playoffs. It's rockets.com/radio. Take a look at season packages right now and get ready to go to the playoffs this year. Rockets.com/radio.
This is John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
It's Diana Rossini week here in America. Her mixtape is...
She is hoping this week will end. Everyone's got every receipt, any joke she's ever made on TV.
Yes.
To be fair, it doesn't look good when you've made your husband the butt of every joke you make on TV. And that you need a boyfriend and all that stuff. Yeah, it's not.
And then you're partying that you're doing in Miami. And
that is going to be rough times in that household.
Yeah, probably. I mean, he is made to look like the
schlub.
Yeah. I mean, I don't believe that anything happened. I just don't. But I do think that she has set her up. She set herself up to make her job more difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm a GM or it's going to be hard to talk to her and not think that there could be someday some repercussion from it. There was repercussion for Scott McLuhan. There's repercussion for Mike Vrabel. And
McLuhan had a whole thing. He had a drinking issue he had to get taken care of.
Yeah, but he also had the Diana Rossini issue.
Well, that was going on, I think, same time.
Yeah. And, now wives are not going to – and the media is going to be looking for any Diana Rossini relationship now. So
frankly, Vrabel has to answer the question. How many women in your life do you interlock fingers with?
I knew this was going to bother you, Dell, because it's kind of bothering me, too. I've never seen good friends hold hands
like that. This interlocking of fingers.
It's one thing, a hug or whatever.
Yeah.
It's this. Yeah, I've never seen that before.
That's the thing I can't explain away.
Did he give her a foot rub?
That's
you
aggressive
can do that.
too.
You can do.
But the hug.
No, you cannot give her a foot rub.
No, you can't give her a foot rub. But the hug.
No. That was all.
Yeah.
No, but Vince thought
Jules
you could.
Proved that.
Jules said absolutely not.
But the pick, a moment in time, hug, okay. Good friends, you meet, hug. How do you explain the interlocking fingers? How do you explain that to anyone that –
let's do it and see if it feels uncomfortable. You recoil, didn't you?
Yes.
Because what is it?
I'll do it with Niall, but not with you. Okay.
If Wendy saw you holding interlocking fingers with some girl at a country club, some girl at the country club, and she walked up and she said – somebody had a picture of you and you're interlocking, you just said, it was just a tournament. That's a friend of mine, and we were just holding hands like that. That's how we greet each other.
Yeah.
How do you think she would have?
Yeah.
You see the look on your face, the stink look?
Of all the things that
if I'm Mrs. Vrabel or Mr. Rossini, I'm probably going, hey, just like Dell said, is that how we greet?
Yeah. If you can explain away plenty. Hey, we met. We're all together. We're friends. If that stuff's true, fine. But the interlocking of fingers, that's very hard.
What if you were playing that game where you turn it over and you try to break their wrist?
Does Vrabel play that game with women?
He would win easily.
Yeah, he would win.
He could beat her.
Does he play that game?
He was trying to show her how much stronger he is.
With a woman who's like 5 feet tall, does he play that game with her? Yeah. I don't want to cast aspersions. I don't want to say anyone's doing anything. I need an answer for that.
You're not going to get one.
How do you do that? Do you do that with a lot of people? You meet interlock fingers and they go, hey.
With women, not with guys.
But what women do you do it with who aren't the woman who's the love of your life? The woman you're with. Who do you do that with?
I don't know that even me and my wife do that.
It's a very it's a bit of an intimate thing to do.
Yeah.
How do you – that's the one he can't explain away. Unless he's a great talker. Maybe he is. But good luck to all involved.
I don't know. Maybe after she's done hugging, he kind of – pushes her away, kind of thing.
You've been here. Like we have people in our promo team, people who work there. You've hugged women in the office because you've known them a long time.
Lexi and I do that all the time.
That's a lie.
Esme did just the other day.
Esme,
it's a regular. It's a
hug. You've known Esme for 20 plus years now.
Have you interlocked
hands? However long it's been.
Have you grabbed each other's hands?
Have you ever interlocked?
Yes.
No.
Actually, me and Esme have.
No, you haven't. That's a lie. Interlocking of fingers. Never. You can't explain it away. That's the one thing she and he.
I'm going to do that next time I see Esme. just to prove
Just
to
to
you
make
guys.
a point.
But you're
Yeah.
now you're making a point.
She's going to be creeped out.
Come here. Let's do it, Lexi. We'll hold
No.
hands like this. Here, come here.
Oh, my
No,
God.
oh, my
John's going to do an interlocking of hands.
Here's the interlock. Look. Now, see, you
Now,
can't.
no, but you look like you're getting ready to do a
Yeah.
test of strength.
Yeah.
Yes. That's not. See, look, you went right to it. He's trying to break her wrist.
See, I can break her wrist.
That's not what we were talking about. That's not what the picture was.
Right.
He was not trying to break her wrist.
Yes, it was. That was
All right,
it
let's
was
let's recreate the photos. You and Lexi, every photo they have together of this on page 6.
Yeah.
We'll get the floaties for the pool.
The hot tub or wherever
Yeah.
they were. Yeah. Go ahead, do it. Good luck to all.
I know what you're talking about, Dell.
How do you get that off and pretend and say it's just my good friend Diana? I was happy to see her. We interlock fingers. That's what I do when I see a good friend.
Oh no, they had a picture in here that's a super
And
wide shot. Somebody's on a. Look at this
It's got to
shot.
be a private investigator.
It's got to be. I mean, I don't know what it is, but look how far away that shot is that they have, and they intentionally put this one out there so they could show you where's the friends.
Yeah.
They try to say, oh, they said friends. Look at this. Here's a wide shot of them. But who is on a? Somebody is on a building somewhere away with one of those super high power filters, like.
To catch.
Golly, that's just so.
Mike Vrabel and Diana
I mean,
Rossini?
it's just none of it is my business, but it's weird having a photographer trying to get these shots.
Someone sicked that photographer on one of them. This is what it is.
You definitely think that that's.
You think Rossini is.
I don't know
Well,
what is
here's
going
a shot.
on. I just know that someone
Here's shots of
hired
somebody
a
at the
photographer.
pool was snapping the same exact picture from the seat they were sitting in, showing. So somebody, it looks like it may have been multiple people in on this thing. Seriously, because they got shots from inside the pool,
Yeah.
and they got shots from somebody on a different building. You know who's doing this? Muji and the Jets.
What?
The Jets are up to the Dolphins.
What?
The Dolphins are up to shenanigans in the division.
And how's
This is
how's that
division
going to lead to
shenanigans.
anything?
You're trying to get rid of their
You
head
are.
coach. This is Dolphin shenanigans.
That's the only way
This
you
is
can win.
Jeffrey Ross. This is
Steven, Jeffrey Ross is a comedian.
That's right. This is not the
Donald Ross.
This is not the great roasting Jeffrey Ross, who are the king of all roast. This is Stephen Ross's hallmark.
Then what about this picture of them seen in a bar together?
That's AI.
Yeah, that's AI.
AI.
Yeah. I mean, you can't trust that. Oh, now. Oh, yeah. And they were driving that car at Augusta National that flipped over.
No, that was Tiger.
Okay. Okay. All right. No, it's just a bad look. It's a bad week for Diana. I just saw her making a. Somebody said she tweeted an apology.
She should resurface. I don't know. No, she tweeted something and it didn't go well for her. It was. I think it was a sports related thing and it didn't go well.
She was born in the boogie down.
No one wanted to hear that.
I would not have guessed she was born in the Bronx.
She tweeted something about a story.
She was?
Yeah.
She tweeted about a story regarding the NFL and the referees. And as you might imagine, 3,000 people responded. And
You
it
can't
wasn't
tweet.
on, no.
You got to set it to the only people who can tweet. No, just set it to no comments. You can set your tweets to no comments. No replies, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to do that. That's like when the Texans would say, hey, happy birthday, Jalen Petrie. No, it wasn't even Jalen Petrie back then.
Cal says.
Happy birthday, Lovie Smith. The comments
sell the
sections,
team.
Oh, my God. Sell the team, clown. Jack Easterby, hey, kicks puppies and just way worse than that, actually.
No, it was a lot worse than that. Absolutely. 713-780-3776 is it's just not great to be Diana Rossini right now. You're right. No replies. You can't have any replies from now on. That's it, Diana. Until this all dies down anyway. Hey,
yeah, I mean, Cal and the Texans made it back.
Yeah, they did.
More popular than ever.
Right. Maybe she should marry Hannah.
Hannah is I can
Hannah's
tell you this.
saver.
Hannah is the cleaner.
Yep.
You know how the PR, big time companies or celebrities have the PR people who can come in and crisis PR, they're called. They're specialty people who help you with crisis PR. Hannah has been the greatest crisis PR, and she was actually in the middle of all of it.
Harvey Keitel. She should marry Harvey Keitel.
Harvey Keitel's
He
dead.
was the cleaner in
Pulp
Pulp
he was the
Fiction.
wolf, yeah.
He was the wolf. She needs a wolf is what she needs.
Who, Rossini?
Yeah. Rossini needs a wolf bad.
That's
Bad.
crisis PR. That's not the same thing as like Ray Donovan, where they come in and take care of,
Take care of it.
That's taking care of stuff. You need the crisis. You got to do you got to win the PR battle.
Right.
You just let this look. The news cycle. The week's almost done. I got a feeling this is going to stick a little longer in the sports world.
Yeah.
But
No, she's always going to be remembered for this. Always.
Yeah.
She's that's one of the first things we're going to think of when we think of Diana Rossini.
But
Her
not Vrabel.
Interlocking hands, like me and Lexi.
I will. I'm not going to. This is not simply a Diana Rossini story.
You
for
letting
me.
Vrabel off the hook?
I'm not. No, I'm not.
I mean, you're not going.
It's a Vrabel story for me too. The next time he's available to speak is around the draft. Hey man, interlocking fingers. What's that about?
You're not. That's not a draft question.
Well, sorry, you got to explain yourself.
He's too scary to ask that question too.
No, yeah.
It's not one of those guys I would mess with.
Or when
he strikes me as somebody who would strike you
when you meet him
in the hallway, he would hit you with a forearm shiver into the wall, like, "Hey, what was that ship about, Dell?"
Yeah.
Whoever the guy is who pissed off Bill O'Brien at Boston College presser, go up to Vrabel and say, "Hey, Coach, nice to meet you." And instead of extending your hand like this, you go like this and see what he does.
You don't shake hands with a two-hand interlock fingers. That's not how men shake hands.
I'm just saying, hey,
you
Mike.
shake hands like this, or you do. Come in for that.
Well, apparently Mike likes interlock
Lexi
fingers, so maybe that's what he wants to do. I'll do it. Because if I assume that's what he likes to do, then maybe I can push all this salaciousness aside. Because if he greets me with the two hands out and the interlocking fingers, then I know that's how he greets everybody.
That's everybody. He needs to do that from now on.
Yeah.
Can you see him doing that with Belichick?
Whoever the
first to try to really sell it. I told you this is how I always do people. Every time you see him, like, what are you doing, Mike? I've been doing this for years. I tried to tell y'all.
Yeah.
When the first-round pick comes into town, gets off the plane, Mike meets him, he goes like this.
He goes for the two-hand interlocking fingers shake.
Right.
Sell the story.
Yep. And then he'll get by with his wife. Otherwise,
I mean, you got
a lot of explaining to do.
There's a lot of groundwork he needs to lay.
Yep. Time to talk about your future, about your career. Are you happy? If you're not completely satisfied with what you're doing or the direction of your life, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 66 in Houston, they want to talk to you. Well, they're actually in Pasadena, but you know what? They're Houston. And it's 4,800 strong, 4,800 members. It's a community built on craftsmanship, safety, and opportunity. How about working on the electrical grid here in the Houston area? For over 125 years, IBEW Local 66 has been doing it. You earn while you earn while you learn. That's what they do. They've been doing it. So while you are learning, it takes maybe 3 to 5 years to become certified. And as little as 3 to 5 years, you can have this career path. But while you're learning, as opposed to every other college or any other learning experience, you're getting paid. Okay, high wages, full family health insurance, retirement planning, and peace of mind. And a career as opposed to what you're doing now. IBEW 66 wants to talk to you. 4345 Alan Genoa Road in Pasadena or online at IBEW66.com. 713-943-0716. 713-943-0716. Powering careers, powering the future. IBEW Local 66.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. This our penultimate segment of the week. You think we could play our game? I doubt it.
Well, did we prompt people at all?
Well, if you want to call in now, if you've learned anything this week, did you learn something on the show this week? And if you did, you can call in right now, 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend? You get one sentence to tell us. What did you learn this week on the show? Right now, 713-780-3776. So call in. AJ's there. He'll take the call. I don't remember learning anything on the show
Well,
this week.
I did learn this. We're getting close to the occasional invitational. It's April 29th at Sterling Country Club. And early bird registration is open right now through the 12th. So just go to ESPN975.com and you get in for the occasional invitational. The promo code is early bird to get that early bird discount. We were talking a lot of golf. You'll have a good time out there. Full day of golf, drinks, lunch provided by Brown Bag Deli, and dinner from Valencia's and prizes for our top team. So if you're good at golf, you got a chance to win some stuff. Sign up now.
And Coors Light.
Well, yes, that's the sponsor. John's very excited about it. Coors Light. Go to ESPN975.com.
What's going on, Augusta? Yeah. 713-780-3776.
Where's Tony for
The Masters is very litigious, and we're out here celebrating the Masters. I don't think they like their brand being played with. Are we sure the people out here
you're snitching on people?
got the okay from the Masters?
They're wearing
a green jacket,
and they got Master stuff on all their signs.
It does look kind of Masters-y.
It looks Masters official.
Oh, Masters will come at you, bro.
Oh, you think they're coming after East River 9
Not
because
East
they
River
have
9.
a Masters tournament
Not
here.
East River 9. The people who
own East River 9.
Yeah, let's not bring East River 9 into it. But I was asking. I thought the Masters didn't like their logo being played with.
They don't.
So I was surprised that they have.
Well, you're snitching right now.
Hey, I got time today.
Wow.
You do have time.
I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
Like I'll ask Vrabel my questions.
I see a lot of interlocking hands over here.
Okay. See, that's how uncommon it is.
Yeah.
I've seen no one interlock their fingers.
Good
friends all around.
I've never seen
no
it.
one's done
I've
it
never
today.
seen it ever.
I've seen it between couples.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've never seen it between friends.
No.
I've never done that with Chris Solis. Not once. We went and watched final. We went to Candente and watched March Madness. They use a lot of smoke, like they've got hickory or mesquite in there that they cook on. So when you leave March Madness, we were there for 4 hours. When you leave there, you're gonna smell like there's no way around it. It's delicious while you're eating it. But at no point did I say, "Hey, what's up, buddy?" and go to the.
Right.
See, because the transition is for a couple. I think it's the hug, and then you're so connected with each other. You don't want to drop contact, even as you're pushing away. Then you go with the interlocking fingers and eventually.
I have seen this. It may have started with two-hand high 10. The high 10, instead of a high five, high 10 that turns into like you go like that, and maybe the fingers interlock and it comes down.
Try it. Try it with Niall.
I'll try it with Lexi.
Okay.
Not doing it now.
That's my point. Even as innocent as that is,
Watch this.
You're not doing it with a real friend.
Let's see it. High five. Yes. Okay. You could do it.
No, I can't.
Yeah.
Because you had to plan it out.
And it was a friendship high 10.
You think it's like
Nah, you know what, Vrabel? You get a pass. Diana, we've been too hard on you guys.
You think it's like when an NBA player
I haven't been hard on it.
Like when athletes have special handshakes they do with their teammates? You think that's what that is?
You've been hard on Diana though.
Rossini?
Yeah.
I haven't said anything
This
about
week?
her.
Yeah, I think you have been.
I haven't said anything about her.
Very hard on Diana Rossini.
I haven't said anything about her. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? What is this? As soon as he said something, I knew something was up because he wouldn't just say stuff unless he thought there was some clever little thing he was doing.
Dell got it right away. Time to let's get Keith in here. He's got something.
John, who is that golfer right there on the left?
Hao Tong Lee.
Oh, before Keith, A question: Did you interlock your fingers with that woman trying to sell you security who came into your home? Someone asked that question.
That's so old, and yet that will live forever. For those who don't know, just real quick, it was a Mormon group
When
that
you
they
were
sell.
sitting on the bed with her?
I was going to sign. I was going to sign something. She went into
Such a Larry
She
David
went
thing.
into. It is. To my wife to this day. She brought it up just the other day. She didn't realize that was for a security system. I'm like, yeah, I was getting a security system. I tried to tell you that. She goes, well, I didn't care. There was just some blonde girl sitting on my bed. But I just sat down because I had to sign for a free security system I was getting.
Yeah.
And there was a old box
Why
that
were
was
you
in
in
our
the
room
bedroom?
because there was some old box on the wall that was from a former security system.
This is what
And I
Vrabel's
showed
doing
her
at home
this.
right
No,
now,
this is
and
not,
she's not hearing a
it's not
word
the same
of it.
It's not the same.
Wait,
Mine
way
was for
worse.
sure totally innocuous.
You're in a bedroom.
You were in
he
a
was out in
bedroom.
public at least.
And I sat down to sign something, and then she sits down, which in hindsight, she'd
not
been walking.
great.
She'd been walking.
And your
a
wife
lot.
walked in right there.
Excuse me, could you get off my bed? And I'm like, well, I'm getting a system for free. Aren't you glad, guys? I don't care. You need to leave my house. I was a security system. She goes, what? Yeah, bye-bye. No, we're not interested in what you're selling. Goodbye. Thank you. What are you doing? What were you doing?
And that was in private. Think of what he
I
has
know.
to do with all the public knowing.
I don't want to hear it.
Exactly.
Some girl's in my bedroom. Would you like it if some guy's in the bedroom on our bed? Like, oh, are you getting a security system? I was going to get a free security. I do have to pay for the monitoring. Obviously, that's how they get you.
Oh, my God, that is
She's
so.
Mormon. Apparently,
All right.
this company, I Googled the company, and they had these happy-looking, smiling, blonde-haired people. And I'm like, this doesn't seem like the door-to-door salespeople we usually get in the neighborhood. And it turns out, like, it is a company that has Mormon salespeople, and part of their mission, you have to learn how to talk to people and be engaging. And this is part of the way to proselytize. You learn to.
Did she want to marry you at any
No,
point?
no.
Oh.
But she was obviously good at what she did because I was ready to get a free.
Well, she's
a
Mormon.
free security
she needed
system.
to find another husband.
She had
or
blonde, curly hair. She looked like Ruth Langmore.
She did.
Wait,
A little bit.
do the women get multiple husbands or just the men get multiple wives?
Neither.
A certain sect, not all Mormons.
The illegal one, the one that they don't have in there.
Yeah, okay.
That's like saying the guy Jeffers is, it's like saying, oh, he's a Christian, so all Christians get multiple wives. No, that's Warren Jeffers pulled that move.
And Big Love.
Yeah. Well,
Love was, but remember Big Love?
So you had
well,
Ruth
that's true.
Langmore on your bed. Okay.
And
your wife walked
Ruth
in.
Langmore adjacent. She was
Yeah.
a step down from Ruth
Okay.
Langmore. But the
Point
same
two.
kind of hair. And it was a total misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Just like
Larry
Rossini
David
and Vrabel.
And no, I didn't interlock fingers. I was actually on the verge of getting a free security system until my wife blew it. Nice job. Actually, what are you mad about? You cost us a free security system, dummy, is what I should have told her.
Yeah, that would have gone well.
Nah, it wouldn't have gone well.
You big dummy.
It wouldn't have gone well.
All right. Keith is here. What'd you learn this week on the show, Keith?
I learned this week on the show, it's Masters Week, that there's a Thai golfer playing in the Masters named FIFA Laupak D. His dad was a huge soccer fan, and he was either going to get the name UEFA or FIFA, so he got the name FIFA. FIFA Laupak D.
Oh, okay.
Well, I did not know that.
You didn't learn that on the show, but okay.
Yeah, you didn't learn that on
Well,
the
this
show.
is Monday type stuff, but that's fine. We can take that too.
And
maybe
it was longer than
maybe
one
what
sentence.
did you learn this week, either on the show or
Yeah,
just
or
learn?
not.
Like I learned that Cheryl Teeth had her two front teeth knocked out 2 different times. Once when she was 8, when she ran into a metal
Teague?
scaffolding. Cheryl Crow.
Oh, Cheryl Crow.
And then the other time was in like 21 when some waitress had a tray full of beer mugs and she accidentally dropped it and it smashed her in the face and knocked her 2 front teeth out.
Wow.
So 2 different times she had her teeth knocked out.
Cheryl Crow in
Cheryl
2020.
Craig. Yeah.
Wow.
I learned that today.
I learned that you basically just said pay hitters early and don't pay pitchers. All the disasters you just named are pitchers.
That's true.
That is kind of true.
That's true.
It is. I guess that is the truth.
Well, with pitcher injuries being the way they are, they might as well be running backs now. Don't pay them. Don't give them second contracts.
You want them to be safeties. They may be an integral part.
Pitchers are basically like running backs now. How long do they play? Astros pitchers. How long do you have Astros pitchers?
Well, Astros pitchers are different than every other
Don't give them
pitcher.
second contracts.
They're different than every other
Don't
pitcher.
give Astros second contracts. Did Fromber get a second contract?
You said it. Don't.
Hunter's not getting a second contract. You gave Christian Javier one, and look what he became. He became Todd Gurley.
Don't tell me you're losing Hunter. Do not tell me you're losing Hunter, too. Okay? Because that'll disgust me. Disgust me if we lose Hunter as well.
So don't tell you, allow you to be surprised when it happens?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right. I don't want this misery all the way. Every time he starts thinking, well, this is it.
Well, you must feel great now. Less starts to watch.
It sucks.
Less starts to be reminded.
It sucks where I am simultaneously sad that Christian Javier's hurt, but also like silver lining.
He's not pitching.
He's not pitching. If he's hurt, he can't pitch. If he's hurt, he can't
I don't
pitch.
really believe Joe Espada when he said, this really stinks.
It stinks. I think he
cares
I'm
about
upset
Javier.
for Christian. This really stinks for
but
Christian.
he solved the problem.
Well, that's
he
why
solved
he said,
the problem.
I feel really bad for Christian right now.
Yeah.
That's what he was thinking. If he didn't say it, it's what he was thinking.
I think he meant for the team.
Dude, here comes a dude with a security and a cop. I think he's coming to get John. Nope.
Oh. You think he's gonna turn in about this Masters thing?
Someone needs to answer for it.
What? Someone needs.
Well, you are really Karening today.
Yeah.
Karening, that's what it is.
Careening?
He's pulling a Karen move.
Oh,
I'm not gonna.
Has anyone seen these?
I'm not gonna tell the authorities.
Are you under the at Masters?
But
He's going to go right to
sometimes-
Twitter.
Nah.
At Masters. Do you realize that here at a par 3
I
course
wouldn't
somebody's
do that.
using their logo?
I wouldn't do that. It takes too much energy
Snitch.
for that. But there are simply questions that must be asked. That's
You're
all.
asking a lot of
He's
questions.
the HOA
Yeah, I'm
of
asking.
golf.
He
Hey,
is the
once that
HOA
kid,
of radio.
once that kid let his dog poop on my yard, I'm all in.
Did you find him? Did
I
you
didn't
wait
see
outside
him.
for him?
I opened the blinds to look for like 30 minutes. Didn't see him.
And he left the dump there? Was
Yeah.
it a big dog?
Wait.
It's like a corgi or
Wait,
something.
so you waited
Oh.
for 30 minutes?
Like at the time when he
Fertilize your
just
grass,
to see,
though.
because people normally walk their dogs around the same time. So I just waited, but this time I didn't see him. He had to. That dog was like, you know what? That's the poop time for those dogs. He took him out and they took him back in. Except he decided to use my front yard as a bathroom. Disrespectful son of a.
That earlier this week, for those of you who didn't hear, a guy walking his
Not
dog.
a guy, a teenager.
A teenager.
The
Del
most
got dumped
disrespectful.
Pooped on Del. And then Del went and chased him down and couldn't find him.
The problem, he has to live at.
You're a
at
terrible
most,
cop.
You're going to be the
Well, that's-
new Jason Bourne in the neighborhood.
Thanks for that. At most, 3 houses down, because by the time I put on a shirt, he was gone. So he has to live like at least a couple houses down. I'll find him, and we're gonna have a conversation.
You need to go put it in a bag and leave it there. You just need to find out where he has to put it.
If I've seen him yet the last couple of days, I would have. Hey, you left something.
He must not have been a very big guy.
Excuse
teenager.
me.
No,
I mean,
he
'cause
was a little
you're-
waif. He was
Yeah.
a little waif.
That's why. If
Yeah.
he was
You
a
could
pro
have cracked
wrestler,
the.
what would you say to
You
him?
could have cracked the window and said, "A-hole."
No, even if he was a pro wrestler, I would have said, "Hey, is this what you do? You just let your dogs poop in people's yards?" That's
Whoa.
I would have had. I would have
No,
still
this
asked.
is what I do. Boom!
All right,
Elbow to the face.
all right.
Oh, like Reacher, and Reacher got away with it.
Yeah.
But I didn't instigate, and
Are you going to stand in front of him and his dog?
I'm not trying to get punched, but if he punches me, as you can see, I'm very litigious. Cut me a check.
That's true.
Yeah.
As you can see, I'm
Yeah,
very
the Masters
litigious.
is learning that. The Masters is learning that. All right, we're talking right now about HR&P. We got an HR problem right here. We call him Dell.
I'm not a
okay?
problem.
He's a problem. And if you've got an HR problem at your work, we can solve that. HR&P can solve that. I got a text this morning from him, as a matter of fact, asking, hey, you want to go to the game tonight? I was like, I would love to go to the game. See, that's what you almost become friends. You become, they're partners in your work. You get to know the guys. They're all a bunch of great people that work at HR&P, helping you do business better. This is not just, hey, we want to do business. We want you to, to have our use our company and all of this stuff. They actually become partners with you in your business and your business's success. You want to have a successful business. You want to do things as economic. Listen, payroll is an expense. HR is an expense. Taxes are an expense. You want those, your benefits packages, an expense. You want those to be as smooth and as good as they possibly can, and that's what HR&P does for you. You want to learn about it, go to hrp.net. Just let them come and check out your business and do it absolutely free. They'll give you an estimate absolutely free. hrp.net. 281-880-6525 or hrp.net. There is a home in Pennsylvania where they found 318 pigeons inside the home. They are hoarders. They're pigeon hoarders.
Good Lord.
I feel like not only are they pigeon hoarders, but they're gross. Pigeons, that's all they do is dump. Pigeons. Now, is it inhumane? Who cares about pigeons, right?
Yeah.
Pigeons are gross. But do we care that it's an inhumane condition or that it's so gross to have all that pigeon poop all over somebody's house?
Yeah, you can't have all that pigeon stuff. Anytime we start dealing with hoarding, you lose your rights. If you try to hoard, your rights are over. We can't be having you hoard stuff in your house. You need to play along with the rest of society.
Just because somebody's gross and they have like 1,000 cereal boxes or beer cans?
I guess technically it's not my business.
Yeah.
But in this day and age, we're going to make everything our business.
These people, that sounds like you could start some kind of a disease out of this home.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a contagion you're dealing with.
Yeah.
That's different.
Yeah. They're having a real problem at the Masters with the beer cups foaming up too much. They can't use the traditional green beer cups at the Masters this year because the foam has gotten so bad. So they have to use soda cups for the beer now.
Wait, I don't understand. What?
You know, they have those big plastic.
Isn't it just part? It's just how you pour it. What is a cup?
No, it's hitting the plastic and it's creating a lot of foam, apparently. So they had to switch to soda cups.
Just do the move where you
paper soda
stick your
cups.
finger in the thing, just like you do with Coca-Cola. Yeah,
don't do that.
in the foam.
Don't
It
do
kills
that.
off the foam.
Don't do that.
You're good.
I don't want your finger in my beer. No.
The person pouring, just do this. The move where you take your oil from your face and you put it in the ring, and yeah. That's all you got to do. It's no big deal. I think we're good.
Apparently, there was a pizzeria. The owner has been suspended and an employee fired after the customer found a slur on the receipt. It was in Spanish. It was a Spanish slur.
I thought you were slick.
Yeah. It was a Spanish slur, but they understood what that slur was. It could mean a woman that likes having relations, or it could mean a female monkey. That's what the slur was.
A female monkey? I don't even know the name for that.
It was.
Have you ever heard of this slur?
Well, I think yeah.
You've heard this word before?
Yeah, it starts with a P, and then it's a U, and then it's a T.
Oh.
And then, yeah.
That has to do with the monkey?
I guess. I don't know. I don't know why they think it has to do with the monkey.
Hijo de la gran.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, right, that one.
You can say that probably.
You
actually could say that, right?
You actually could say that.
You can say it now.
Well, I don't know. Should you be putting puta on a receipt?
No. Because even if you don't know Spanish, but you watch Narcos or any streaming series that's Spanish that has a little edge to it, you heard that. You know it's not good.
It's not good.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not good to call somebody.
And that's a really easy
But
one.
if you're doing it in another language, I kind of feel like you should get away with it.
Yeah, but not if they can read it and understand it.
Yeah.
If they understand what you're saying. I got news for you. Spanish bad words.
A lot of people
know those.
A lot of people know.
A lot of people know those.
Yeah.
You said it in Polish, no one's knowing.
No. Okay, what is the Polish equivalent?
You can call me the
puta?
worst stuff in the world on my receipt in Polish. I got news for you. I don't really care. I've already established my care factor has gone way down for people.
So if I served you at Starbucks, I can call you a kurwa, and you wouldn't know. That's Polish for whore.
What is it?
Yes.
Kurwa.
I'm like, no, just so you know, this is Lance. I'm Lance. I'm not Kerwood. Did I get someone else's drink here?
They thought you were Kid
Oh,
Kerwin.
no, that's you. Yeah.
Kid
That's what I would
Kurwa.
have thought.
Kurwa.
Kurwa.
He's a
Kurwa.
Giant kurwa.
Janet Rossi, 2R is a kurwa.
It does sound like it would be that word in Polish for calling someone a whore.
Yeah.
Kurwa.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. And like it's a hua.
Yeah.
Hua.
Yeah.
Hua.
When we do hua, we're nearly there.
Yeah,
anyway.
it's almost right there.
Yeah.
It's right there. All right, we're done. And that's how we end the show. You Kurwas. All you Kurwas out there.
Of you.
A bunch of you. A bunch of you Kurwas out there. We will talk to you again on Monday. Mopey and Mapes next right here from East River 9. East River 9, thank you. What a great morning. We appreciate you. Thanks for having us out. Have a great Masters weekend and do it right here at East River 9.
We continue here out at East River 9. Sean's out here with me. You can see Sean and I on YouTube and Twitter as well as we continue our broadcast day here, celebrating the Masters. And while golf normally puts me to sleep, I got to admit, I checked out on the Rockets game right around when I saw them up by double digits in the second quarter. It's like, all right, time to take a sleep aid, time to go to sleep. So, and it takes an hour or two for it to work its way until I immediately fall asleep after that 2-hour span. And then I wake up in the morning and go, did I see a moment where Kevin Durant missed 2 free throws and the Rockets were only up by 5 and it mattered? Now they did get a stop and they scored when Kevin Durant was left wide open. You can see Nick Nurse exasperated as his team just leaves the most potent threat open. He knocks down a 3, puts the game away. Kevin Durant might catch a fine, though. He did the rifle celebration pointing at the Sixers bench. He may catch a fine because we can't mimic guns anymore in the NBA.
I did catch that, and I was like, was it abstract enough to where it wasn't clearly a gun, or was it like?
I think
he had the scope.
Yeah, the scope at least. Like you can see guys,
and this hand was
you can't pull a trigger when you're you can point. But like Nico still does the first down stuff, but he's done it in a way where you know what he's doing, but it's enough is ambiguity so you don't find him. NBA players have done it. Ja Grant now goes to a grenade when he actually plays. He throws a grenade sometimes and he knocks down a shot because, hey, you didn't say anything about ordnances or grenades. I don't know if artillery will be something he does, but
rocket launcher.
Yeah, something, which would be apropos for the Rockets. So maybe Kevin Durant puts a surface to air contraption on his shoulder, however he wants to do it. But they win. The offense bogged down in the second half. They only scored 40 points, and they were not great, particularly in the fourth quarter. Only 17. They get outscored by 12 in that fourth quarter and still win the game by 11. So that was how dominant they were. That second half flies in the face of some numbers the Rockets have accumulated since at least in the midst of the winning streak. They have moved the ball better. They're passing the ball more. It has been a change that maybe is a little subtle to some people, but Albie talked about it. They're setting more flare screens and things like that. But passes per game, they're not high. They're still only 23rd in the league passes per game over the course of their winning streak before last night. Going into last night, 7 games in a row, 23rd in the league, but they had passed the ball. 23rd in the league before the winning streak. Let me correct that. 23rd in the league before the winning streak. Now 7th. So a big jump as far as passes per game. And they're also number 1 in the NBA over the same span when it comes to taking shots in the shot clock very early, like within 2 seconds of the shot clock starting. That's from fast breaks and other things. But
tip ins. Like to get a shot up in 2
that
seconds.
Quickly. Yeah. You're not generally getting a rebound and getting a shot up. That's from tip-ins. That's from maybe a steal, run out, stuff like that. But they are playing a little bit faster, and it's working to their benefit. That second half notwithstanding, and they get the win. They don't gain any ground because the Lakers, with LeBron, go and only LeBron. It feels like, considering guys we actually care about, they go into San Francisco and beat the Warriors. So it's still set up where they're going to need to at least beat the Lakers by 1 game over the final 2 to secure home court. The Lakers have Utah and Phoenix.
2 games that are like,
Phoenix doesn't have anything to play for.
Yeah.
They're locked into the 7th seed.
Lakers can mess around and win both of these games. This is what we talked about when the Luka and Reeves injuries came down, was like there's actually not enough time for it to like definitely play a factor just with the end of the schedule. And it's like, yeah, if they win one of these games, like the Warriors last night, they win one of these games that you kind of view as a toss-up, they might just win out or win enough games to stay the 4 seed.
Yeah, the Warriors game last night was the one where you could see the Rockets using that as a springboard to close it out, win their final 2 after they beat the Sixers and then have home court. It looks like how it's slated, as long as the Lakers don't, as Rafael Stone would say, trick off. Or was that Ime? Maybe it was Rafael.
No, it was Rafael.
Rafael Stone say trick off.
After year 1 of Ime Udoka.
Yeah, as long as the Lakers do what they're supposed to, the Rockets will be starting their playoff series in L.A., which is fine. They have the clear advantage. They'll be the favorite to win it. The question is, when it comes to the playoffs, beyond the fact of strategy and how you're going to play your opponent, who becomes the most annoying Laker? Like, it's going to happen. Particularly if it goes long and they win a couple games that you don't think they had any business winning, we're going to find, like, LeBron is set aside as the guy no one's going to like. But without Luka, without Austin Reeves, who's going to be the most annoying Laker for Rockets fans in this series? There are some choices, like, for whatever reason, generally a white guy rises to the top of the charts.
I had pegged Jake LaRavia or as like a, I don't know, feels like a guy who would be annoying.
Like he's got no business making plays, things like that.
It's like he has one game where he's like, kind of good. Brandon Pajimski level good.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, what does this guy do?
He's not supposed to have any effect on the series. Well,
number 12.
So that's a good choice. They do have a more veteran white guy on the team, and Luke Kennard. He made a couple plays, knocked down some shots last night against the Warriors. And J.J. Redick, who is one of those guys himself when he played, he talked about Luke Kennard. And J.J. understands how people talk about shooters like himself. And maybe that's how we'll be talking about Luke Kennard as that series gets started. Here's J.J. Redick.
I mean, it's easy because he's a white guy that shoots threes to just think he's just a shooter. That's just the reality of the situation. I'm sure every time he, checked into an AAU tournament in 8th grade, everybody screamed, shooter, shooter, shooter. That's the life we have. That's the life we chose. I watched him a ton at Duke and, got to know him during the pre-draft process. Had a couple phone calls with him, just talking through things, and competed against him. So, I've known for a long time that there's a lot to his game, and there's a lot he can do as a basketball player, primarily as a playmaker. I mean, he really does such a good job of using his shooting as a threat, using his change of speed and pace as a threat, and then just consistently makes the right play.
He is going to be in a more prominent role, so that is someone the Rockets have to focus on as that likely series gets going. Now, the Warriors didn't even play Steph last night, so they punted on that game, and really the rest of the regular season we'll see what they do as a 10 seed in the play-in. So the Lakers get their win. LaRavia's a good choice. Luke Kennard is, this is supposed to be who Dalton Connect is, but he's been a first-round bust. Luke Kennard is there because Dalton Connect isn't the guy they wanted him to be.
It is like the direct, failure of Dalton Connect and that pick that they had to go out and get Luke Kennard to play that same exact role of white guy shooter. Yeah. I don't know if they limited to just white guys. They might have kicked the tires on other guys.
It could have been another person. It just so happens that
if the Malik Beasley investigation went away.
Yeah. It could have been anyone. It just happens that Luke Kennard was their choice, and now he's going to be starting. They're of little concern. Look, we talked about it yesterday. This should be a series that if it goes 6, we're maybe asking some questions. But with LeBron and J.J. Redick has developed game plans for the Rockets in the past. We saw it when they came to town, how he did some specific things to limit the Rockets. Now, of course, he had the benefit of having the offensive firepower of Luka and Austin Reeves at his disposal. Not going to be the case unless whatever happens in, I guess Luka's in Spain. Yeah. Someone said Luka ain't slick. He just went to Europe to watch Bayern versus Real Madrid. Maybe he took that in as well. Yeah. But the story is he went there to find some treatment that he couldn't find here to try to pick up or at least speed up his recovery. It doesn't appear he'll be ready for that Lakers-Rockets series if that comes about. But the matchups as it goes feels like the Rockets really lucked out. They played really good basketball recently. They got the injury luck for the Lakers, and now I'm not going to jump to. Let's see the Thunder in the second round because you got to get or the Spurs in the second. It would be the Thunder 4-5. Thunder 4-5. I'm not there yet. I like to see how they play against the Lakers, but sometimes you need a little luck, and it looks like they're going to get it. And the question is, does what we've seen so far over the last 8 games now translate when you are being specifically game planned for it? The Sixers did not have Joel Embiid last night. We did talk about yesterday how dangerous the Sixers could be if they could ever be healthy. And look,
Whoop.
hours later, their most important player has appendicitis.
Like maybe 2 hours later
Yeah.
after we said that.
Yeah.
Like it was very fast that I was like, oh, appendicitis, and he's getting operated on in Houston. And I mean, for the Sixers, that probably affects. I mean, if they play in the play-in, it definitely affects his availability for that. Probably affects his availability at the start of any series that they play in. So yeah, you catch another lucky, somewhat lucky break there. I don't know if, I guess it ended up being whatever 5-point game with 50 seconds left, but it was also a 25-point game with in the third quarter.
One of those games where you can clearly say the final score does not really.
It's what we talked about yesterday, or maybe the day before, with like the Rockets' conversion rate of like the currency conversion of, well, if the Rockets are 14 for a regular team, that's like being up 5. Like that's kind of, you just build in like there's going to be an 11-0 run at some point in this fourth quarter where the Rockets turn the ball over and have a horrible possession for 4 straight possessions, and the other team makes a couple threes, and like, all right, now this is a game that you regret taking the sleep aid in the middle of the
I didn't
third quarter.
regret it. It's still the Sixers Rockets on a Thursday night.
Still,
but it's
mostly meaningless.
I would have. Yeah, it's mostly meaningless. They still won that game by double digits. It would have been better for me if I saw how they got to that point. I had to go rewatch at the time, or at least early this morning to see how it got to that point. But yeah,
you've seen this game.
I've seen it.
I was actually
about
thinking
40 times this year.
I was trying to guess how many times I've seen this exact Rockets game play out. Maybe not up 25, but up comfortably in the third quarter. Like, kind of close to start, pull ahead in the second and third quarter, and then it's like emergency landing, Sully Sullenberger in the fourth quarter. I was thinking like, well, they have 50 wins, and not every win was like this. I think it is. I think the number is like 35, and especially because there are a few games like that they end up losing. So it is like maybe half their season are games that track like this.
Yeah, I think the number is less as far as Kevin Durant missed free throws in moments.
Yeah.
But I mean, those are more prominent than I would have imagined too.
OKC game 1.
Yeah, it started very early, and there have been other times where you think, oh, he's just up there, and it's Kevin Durant. He's going to make a couple free throws.
Let me check my phone.
Yeah, and then he misses. And you're like, oh, okay, you need a stop here, and they did get that stop, and they took care of the Sixers, who did not have Joel Embiid in the lineup. So 8 in a row. The offense is playing faster. They're moving the ball more than they have certainly before this run, and now we wait. A couple more games to go. All you're looking for, of course, are the wins, but more importantly, get out of these games with your health, because we've seen how that has directly affected teams late in the year.
There still is a chance that they are the 3 seed.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's a funny situation where for so much of the season, you're like, got to get out of the 4-5. You don't want to play OKC, yada, yada, yada. And then now they get the season back on track. They've won 8 straight games. And it's like, well, you don't want to win too many that you end up being the 3 seed all of a sudden. And to me, it's like, again, when you're up 20, these are the thoughts I'm having during a game of like, so do you like try to tank one of these games to make sure you're in the 4-5 and that Denver can't tank out of the 3 seed to get into the 4-5 to get that easy Lakers matchup? Because if you're gaming it out from a Denver perspective, you want the Lakers matchup and to play the OKC Thunder first, right? Or as earlier, right? And instead of having to go through Minnesota, then the Spurs, and then the Thunder to get out.
So the Nuggets and Thunder play today. So if you're
OKC, I think you try to tank it, so they can't be in the.
Yeah, you want to keep the Spurs and the Nuggets lined up for a matchup in the second round, so you only have to see one of them.
But OKC is one of those teams where I'm like, even if they are trying to tank, or even if they are like, hey, we're only playing the back of our rotation, those guys are pretty good. Like, those guys might be able to.
Now they are playing are playing the Nuggets, who have been playing at their best. So maybe even the guys who are pretty good won't have enough. But yeah, if you're OKC, you are saying, hey, we'll take the winner of Rockets Lakers every day over having to go through the Nuggets and the Spurs.
If Denver and OKC are both trying to tank, I kind of think Denver will be more effective.
Denver has less talent, and
Yeah.
when it comes to guys who have to play because you only want to play 6 or 7 guys.
Yes.
Though it'll be one of those situations which you've seen in the past where some guy who we've never really seen play a lot plays 45 minutes because we're just not going to put these other guys in.
14 threes.
And if it's OKC guys, they've got a real shot to win that game as opposed to Nuggets who are awful without Jokic on the floor. Just imagine if Jokic, Murray, Gordon aren't playing, their backups aren't comparable to the Thunder backups.
And that's basically all you have to sit for it to make like a real difference.
Yeah, you can roll out. You can roll out Strother, who's out of the rotation from time to time. I don't think Peyton Watson's even healthy. So
no.
So
you got the Browns.
Yeah, you can roll the Browns out there. Bruce Brown didn't even play against the Spurs.
Oh, yeah.
So
maybe he can't.
so he was out of the rotation. So you can play him and lose that game while the Thunder are playing guys like Jared McCain just to give him more shots.
Yeah, like Jared McCain's the guy that's like he's probably going to be out of the postseason rotation barring an injury. You know. Got A.J. Mitchell, who turned into like a 12-minute game in the postseason. It's like, if the Rockets had a guy like A.J. Mitchell or Jared McCain, like, I mean, they probably have like 55 wins instead of 52 the ugly way.
If they had better guard depth that they can depend on and maybe not have to play Amin Thompson 40-plus minutes in a game where they were blowing out the Sixers.
Hey, you know how like Aaron Holiday has been closing the last couple games? What if that was A.J. Mitchell or McCain?
Yeah, so it is why I had already come to the realization, like a lot of people, that the Thunder were just going to be a problem. It's why when I said, the Spurs are an issue too, that's unfortunate because you talk about the depth the Thunder have accrued, and they still have all those draft picks. The Spurs have hit on their draft picks, and, of course, they have Wemby. So it's tough sledding, but, hey, you get your shot. And you catch a break with that first-round series. We're here out at East River 9. The entire station will be out here till 6. We'll be followed by Brian and Sean. They'll do a show together from 12 to 3, and then it'll be the Jeremy and Joe from 3 to 6. Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30, so I know people sometimes save their calls to talk to him. If that's your plan, that's okay. But if you want to get in before then, 713-780-3776. AJ is back in studios. He did a great job with the morning show. He'll be with us until noon. You should be as well. We will be back.
You're back inside the mobile Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olaleya.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleya.
We were talking in the first segment about how this upcoming likely series against the Lakers would play out, and who would turn out to be the most annoying Laker. And Jackie said at least DFS won't be hitting threes against us. Yeah, if he was playing for the Lakers, he probably would have knocked down certainly more shots and had a better percentage than he's done for the Rockets so far this year.
Yeah.
I could have seen that guy being someone we got annoyed with.
I mean, also, who was the name of the text or tweeter?
Jackie.
Jackie could. I don't think he's a Lakers fan. Could also be a Lakers fan saying, "Hey, at least we don't have to worry about DFS making threes against us."
Yeah, Jackie would have to clear it up. I don't believe so.
No,
I don't believe
but neither team needs to worry about DFS making threes against them.
I mean,
based on recent history.
The biggest worry for the Rock would be him actually attempting them right now.
Yeah, exactly.
We prefer he didn't, and he's one of those guys. And his lack of performance is one of the reasons minutes are so high for some of their wing guys, because he was supposed to be part of this rotation.
Yeah.
And that has not bore out. The Rockets somehow, some way, despite some of the bad form from DFS and Tari's fluctuation in shooting, they're still on track to win 52 games. If they want to play it out, they'll get there. So it has been an odd year because we spent a lot of time talking about why aren't they playing at a certain level, and yet they're going to win 53. Excuse me, it could be 53 wins.
Yeah, and since the team meeting against Memphis, they have figured it. Like they have
something
has had changed.
I don't know if play better is simply something you can say in a meeting and it happens. I mean we've talked about the more ball movement, shooting the ball faster, that has helped, and there are certain portions of the schedule where it's laid out in a fortunate way for them. But I don't know.
It has kind of just been play better.
Yeah, they have simply played better and shot the ball better. Not so much last night in the second half, but shooting the ball from three the way they have will help you play better as well. So I'm always someone who goes, let's see over the course of a season how things play out to determine what is something and what isn't. Well, they could only do what they could do in the short amount of games that they had, and they've excelled. Now we wait and see.
And it's funny that we spent a lot of time being like, they are on pace to be around the same amount of wins that they were last year. But also last year they went on a huge run in March to get to that number, and from basically January till late March, we're like, do you think that run is coming?
No, it didn't seem like it. And then the run comes in the final stretches of the year where
it might be a 10-game win streak.
Going into the playoffs where they would wind up winning 53 games. Now, winning 53 games this season as opposed to 52 last year, just the West, better teams. I guess you want to say better health. The fact that the Spurs are where they are, but the Rockets would go from a 2 seed winning 52 games to a 5 winning 53. It was bunched up last year. Like they're the 2, but 3, 4, and 5 all won 50 games, and 6 the Wolves won 149, the Warriors won 48. So it was a better West from like 1 through 7 or so, or 1 through 8. But as far as the top guns, the Spurs have been the giant jump, and then you have the Nuggets, and Lakers, and Rockets.
To me, that could just be mostly explained by, since February 15th, a third of the league has been trying to lose. So same with the Eastern Conference and Western Conference, where it's like, I don't know, all the good teams' wins, I feel like, are inflated just a little bit, maybe just an extra game or two for each team, just because you have these horrific teams at the bottom, and everyone kind of gets a turn playing them that you didn't have last year. And that's just a year-to-year thing that next year, looking ahead, probably won't have that. Even without lottery reform, I don't know if teams are going to be as aggressive tanking, given the pick protection stuff going on for teams like the Jazz and Wizards, or the draft class quality, perceived quality, looking ahead to next year versus this year, that, I kind of think that is a factor that we don't really think about that is probably very temporary.
And tanking has been and will continue to be a subject of conversation because of how uncompetitive or non-competitive some of these late season games have been.
Yeah.
Well, apparently Adam Silver, of all the tanking proposals that have come across his desk, the one he reacted most favorably to is the one where you actually don't get rewarded for being the worst team. Like, in fact, you wind up with a worse chance of being the team against the number one pick if you have the worst record, to promote teams actually fighting to stay out of that seed as opposed to losing to land there.
And opening up the lottery, right? Is this part of it, or is that solution B? I forgot which one is what, but opening up the lottery to include more teams that I think it's just the play-in teams that make the playoffs, so you're adding 2 per conference. I think that's the...
So, as it stands now, it would increase the lottery from 14 to 18 teams.
Yeah, okay.
And it would involve drawing for each of the 18 picks rather than just the top 4, as is the case now.
That's also a bonkers one to think about, because right now they only draw the top 4. So if you have the worst record in the league and you don't get a lottery ball drawn, you have the 5th pick.
Yeah.
And this one, you could, in theory, fall all the way to, 18?
That would be a
crazy
tough result for a season.
But I also think, if we're being honest with ourselves, it's not that hard to be the 4th worst team in the league. To improve enough to not be the worst team in the league. The Rockets signed Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet and went from a 25-win team to a 41-win team. Also hired a new coach.
Yeah.
But, they still had a bunch of 21-year-olds. It's not impossible to win 36 games and not be the worst team in the league.
Does this set up a play-out tournament where you, I guess you say if it's solidified that these are going to be the worst teams in the league, at the end of the season, you have them
trying to tank out of
but instead of tanking out, you win games to get yourself out of a spot where you lose the best spot to take the number 1 overall pick or get the number 1 overall pick.
I don't know the exact numbers, and it probably hasn't even been finalized with the proposal. But you basically have to do it as a bell curve, where it's the top 3 have a slightly worse chance. The play-in teams also have a slightly worse chance, and 4 through 10 have the better chances. But you do have to stagger it out to where being the 7th seed isn't worse than being the 9th seed by enough to where you wanted to lose that play-in spot. So it really does have to be the sweet spot is to be the 5th worst team in the league, which is a hard target to hit because it's moving so much more, which would deter some of the more nefarious openly tanking stuff that we see. Teams are just going to be bad. That is just a thing that happens.
Just teams. Yeah, teams.
Teams will
for
just
all
be bad.
time. They're just going to be teams that are bad, even when they don't want to be.
Even
the Kings didn't want to be bad, and then now they have leaned into it in a way where they're being investigated for a foul call.
And their defense, it has to be our coach is a moron.
We're incompetent. which might play.
I tend to believe that
certain judge and jury.
Yeah.
Okay. Doug Christie doesn't know what he's doing. You got us there.
Because he's done it before in other games, too, where it's not as wait, what the hell are they doing?
Yeah, so if you don't know, the Kings fouled up 1 with about, 3 minutes ago?
Yeah, right, because it was more than 3 minutes ago because when the 3-minute mark
hits. You lose a timeout.
Yes, and so they wanted to use that timeout.
Yes, he wanted to get that timeout in, use it or lose the timeouts. So he instructed his team to foul while still in the bonus. The unfortunate thing was they fouled Seth Curry. Not Steph, but Seth, who is still an 84% free throw shooter.
Yeah.
So they went from being up 1 to down 2, and then it calls into question your willingness to win because of how bad they've been. And they tried to explain it away by saying, we wanted that timeout. Also, our guys fouled the wrong person.
And they didn't know that they were in the bonus. That was part of it, is that, we didn't know we were in the bonus.
For all time, we've seen there's a coach who's supposed to be on top of those things to let the head coach know. While the head coach might be in the midst of it, the emotions of directing guys, I get it. But there's a guy
Yeah, that's sitting there.
That's sitting there that knows all those things, that gives you those stats.
Guys on the couch can sit
Yeah.
and look at the
Like,
scoreboard.
It is.
The bonus.
You know, it's funny because we watch so many games from home that when you do go watch a game live, like I went to the Gold Cup, great showing by the U.S. national team. I went to the Gold Cup final here, the one that they lost 2-1, and they didn't really show replays in the building, so my TV sports watching brain is expecting to see a graphic to alert me about this and that, and you don't really get it. So you could see how that could not be relayed.
Yeah.
But there are people's job. That's your job
10 guys
as being an
sitting on that
assistant to
bench.
know those things.
Yeah.
If we have a specific guy to watch to see if we should challenge something, there's probably a guy to tell the coach that they're in a bonus and how many timeouts they have.
Yeah, I would love to be the timeout guy. I would hate to be the replay guy.
Everyone's looking at you, and you're like, because
it's a lot of pressure because you have like 5 seconds.
Yeah, you have to be able to look at it and go
thumbs down, thumbs up as Alperen Şengün is like imploring you.
Yeah, but with Alperen, it's like it's a boy who cried wolf.
I would have a standing order of like it got to be really bad for me to wave the finger for an Alperen one.
Yeah, Ime had to be at the level calling one of those refs starstruck before I would actually take into account Alperen's ask for a review.
And whatever their system is, Ime's, I think, if he's not still the best at the challenge record, he's one of the best coaches with the challenge record, which is, I don't know if that's something that's like actually a skill or have there just been more obvious calls to challenge in Rockets game?
Because it becomes less important. At least it is deemed less important in the NBA. Like, we don't know. Like, a lot of people know if their head coach in the NFL is a bad challenge person because of what it means for a game, and they get reviewed constantly. Like, we get the reviews, and the broadcast might go away.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a challenge in the NFL, they generally stick with it, and if your coach is bad, the stat will immediately come up about he's 3 for 12 this year in challenges. So if he is good at it, cool. I wouldn't know.
They show the graphic that he's good at it. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. I guess it's better than a guy who's terrible at it. Sure,
you'd rather there are certain choices you'd have and you'd rather have the guy who's good at it as opposed to who's bad at it.
I'm sure there is. I mean, there has to be a coach in the NBA that's the worst at it. I don't want that guy.
Yeah, but are you like the NFL where those guys can range in the 30% range, or are you bad because you're at 65 behind all the other coaches? Yes. Yeah. All right. We're here at East River 9, myself and Sean. The entire station's here until, we started at 7. We'll be here till 6. It'll be Sean and Brian from 12 to 3, and then you'll also have Jeremy and Joe from 3 to 6. So they're open at Birdie's, the Ice House, so if you want to get something to eat or drink, you can get that done. The weather's holding for now. I mean, the clouds are a little dark, and the wind's picking up a little bit. But if you want to come out here for a round, you can have a quick round of golf here at East River 9 as well, as we're here for the Masters. We'll continue to talk Rockets as we go forward, but also we'll get to the Astros because they got a series beginning today against the Mariners. Both teams not playing really well, and there's some numbers, a very succinct preview of that series that we'll get to when we come back.
You're back inside the mobile Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olalea.
So we're here at East River 9. The Astros are going to be in Seattle for their series beginning today against the Mariners. And I asked, could we avoid a day of bad news? And I think we got there. Nothing really bad happened. We didn't get a full projection of how long Christian Javier would be out. Some of you may say, hey, considering how he's pitched, I prefer that he wasn't available. But if you aren't thinking that way, no news on Christian Javier, so that's not bad news.
No news is good news.
No news is good news in this case when it comes to the projection for Javier's season as far as health. So he won't pitch for at least a little while. Spencer Argatti won't be available if you're hoping for him to be available because he pitched last night for Sugarland. So Argatti's pitching well in AAA. So at some point we could see him come up, but it won't be at least in Seattle. And when we talk about this series, but beyond the fact that the two teams aren't winning games right now, you got what you would call the stoppable force versus the movable object. This is courtesy of Cespedes Family Barbecue. You can see the whole tweet on their account. But the Astros have a team ERA of 6.05. If you're saying, wow, that's pretty bad, you're right. It's the worst in baseball.
Seems bad.
It seems bad. It is. It's the worst in baseball. The Mariners, who just got swept by the Rangers, have a team OPS of 581. You might be saying, wow, that's really low. You're right. It's the worst in baseball. So that's where the stoppable force versus movable object comes in. It's a 4-game series in Seattle. Your losing streak is at 4. You've lost now 5 out of 6. You lost 2 series on the road against 2 teams no one expects much from. Seattle's a different story. They were the favorite to win the AL West. And the Astros were anywhere between second or third. I didn't see them fall beyond those points. Certainly not behind the A's. We're gonna get a series where everyone thinks this could be the series that flips it. Now there are going to be a lot of games after it, but I've seen that quite a bit. Now's the best time to figure some things out. And if you can get this series, things can start swinging in the right direction. I'm not a proponent of that just because there are 130-plus games to go after that. So it's just going to be the marathon, not the sprint, the old cliche. But at some point, you'd like to see them win a series. And they won the Red Sox series, split the Angels series. So far this year, they've only won 1 out of 4 series and have lost 2. And the competition hasn't been great. This is supposed to be a step up. I would take a split. Just give me just give me a split. Just give me a split.
I love a split would be great.
Yeah.
I'd kind of take.
You thinking
losing 3-1? Like I would just kind of like, all right,
don't get swept.
Don't get swept. I mean, just got swept by the
True.
The Rockies.
I shouldn't be talking in those tones. Like, what do you mean don't get swept? You just got swept by the Rockies.
Whatever. 5 out of 6 against the A's and Rockies. So it's like. It is a good spot for a turnaround, and you know that because I'm sure if you're a Mariners fan, you're looking at the Astros, and you're also thinking, this is a good spot for a turnaround. So both teams are scuffling, and so that means for one of them you think, all right, we got an easy, we can wade into the waters of winning baseball starting this weekend. I think it is something where whatever happens, whichever team, either the Astros win the series or split, or the Mariners, like both teams can look at this and be like, aha, especially if it's a split. All right, we'll take that back on track. Like we're no longer the worst for the Mariners hitting, for the Astros pitching. Like that is very possible, and it's ultimately pretty meaningless because based off the numbers, these are the worst 2 teams at each respective thing. It's just the jersey that they're wearing and the players. You think, oh, this is pretty impressive. But, for the Rockies, wasn't that impressive. For the Rangers playing the Mariners, wasn't that impressive. So I think it's an interesting spot. I do ultimately think, like, there's 130 more games after this. Like, it's not that meaningful, but it's interesting. Interesting, but not meaningful.
Yes, just to see if they can have some good days over the next four.
You just need a good – like, you would even – or, okay, I won't say you. I would even take a good to, like, pretty good Imai Burrow start that comes in a loss just as, like, all right, the starting rotation isn't a complete flaming bag of dog poop on my front door because I left it in Dell's front yard.
Once again, I would not set that pool on fire. I would just leave it as a reminder that, hey, you're a little disrespectful.
It's a little disrespectful.
These are the consequences of being disrespectful. So
it's the horse head in the bed.
Yeah, it's Imai, McCullers, and then I assume JP France, and then because that is being left blank as of now, and Burrow. So yeah, if you could get Imai to back up his previous start with another one, you can say, okay, some of the things we expected of him are real, and he can get going, and then whatever you get from McCullers, you get from him. You never know.
And same goes for, and it's obviously would be just like a smaller sample size, but same thing goes for Brian Abreu. If you can get Brian Abreu an ERA under 20, that'd be super sick.
I want to see Abreu in a high leverage situation before that ERA gets under 20? Do I want him to use a ninth inning to try to get there? I know Espada will go to him. It's just what he will do. I'm just not sure I'm comfortable with it as it stands right now.
I mean, if you are going to get that ERA lower, like, it has to come in a high leverage spot. Like, there's not a ton of options to go to, you know. Maybe you could make the case that if you're facing like 3 through 5 in the 8th inning of a close game that you're leading, you go Abreu there with the like backup of, no, we wanted to face the heart of the order, but in the back of your mind's like, we also didn't want him closing because he seems to be pretty bad at closing. And then have Brian King close.
I don't want him in a hold position, honestly, at this point.
It's so
I
bad.
want it to be 7-0, and he goes in there and gets a 1-2-3 inning, and that lowers the ERA too. Yeah, just get some work in. Okay. I want a situation where the Astros bats come alive. By the way, we haven't even mentioned they've only scored 2 runs over the last 2 games.
Not good.
So that needs to show up in Seattle.
Yeah.
Those numbers weren't a part of the tweet because at least the Astros going into the final 2 games against the Rockies were hitting the baseball. Hey, it could be 8-1. You roll Abreu out there for an inning to go. He's got the groove back. That's what I'm hoping for.
Okay.
I'm hoping for a calm night where the bats get going. Imai pitches well. You get at Hancock, who has pitched well so far this year. So I'm not promising anything. Emerson. I can't
one of our
promise.
Founding fathers.
It does sound like a name who put his signature on an important document from the 1700s.
John's little brother.
Yeah, yes. Well, is he one of those Hancocks? Do we need to look into that?
Of the Hancock?
He's from Cairo, Georgia, so I'm not sure how that played out. But yeah, he has pitched well, so no promises as far as the bats get going. So maybe it's 5-1. And Abreu comes in. I'm just not looking for 2-1, 3-2, 3-1 where he needs to be on point for the Astros to win a game. It just hasn't proven that he's capable of that right now.
And you mentioned that the last 2 Rockies games they scored it was 1 run.
One run in
right?
both games, yeah.
I did see some the Rocky or playing in Colorado and Sacramento, like that's not a favorable situation for the pitchers, and like that could be a reason that the ERA is a little bit inflated. The fact that the Astros offense put up 1 run, that to me is just like you're not playing good baseball.
No, overall, the entire team. Yeah,
I would take 13-9 losses and like okay, that's it's a little bit better. But if the hitting goes away, if the hitting was a mirage of the first week of the season, then you got serious problems. Even if the pitching gets a little bit better, just because without Hunter Brown, without Josh Hader for a little while for each of them, like. If you're not going to even win the shootouts, I don't see a ton of paths to victory if the Houston offense, falls back to earth a little bit.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm just because I was looking at you while you're talking. I'm currently going through the Rockies schedules from last year, in at least the second half right now, and you're going, why the hell would you do that? I'm trying to see how many times an opponent only scored 1 run in Coors Field.
I assume it's rare.
I have through all the games of the second half of the season, Not one time.
One or fewer.
Not one time
Okay.
so far in the second half of the year.
I mean, it's just a 0, so it's not. I'm not opening up a ton of different
yeah.
possibilities.
Did an opponent score 1 run or fewer? So the Astros, it's not historic because it's not a real stat, but doing something pretty special.
It's only 1 year.
Doing pretty special, something pretty special the last couple games when they did what they did.
Yeah.
By only scoring a run per game over the last couple games of that series.
And that to me is a little bit of like, is this a blip or is this like regression?
See, you get the first parts of the season, the early parts of the year, and go, wow, the bats are hot. That's a departure from what they were in the spring. And then you have the last several games, well, particularly the last 2. I'm going to go with blip because at least the bats were hot over a longer period of time than what happened in Denver the last 2 games. So as it stands now, a blip. If Hancock puts it on them and the series goes away where the bats stay silent in Seattle, then we can have a conversation because now it's almost that you've been cold as long as you've been hot. So there it is. All right, hour 1 is done. We have a couple more segments before we get to Michael Carroll, so we'll certainly talk more sports, but you know that segment's about TV and movies, so if you want to get in before that, you can call in 713-780-3776. We're out at East River 9. We'll be here, at least this show will be here till noon, and then Sean and Brian McDonald will take you to 3, and then Jeremy and Joe from 3 to 6. I do want to remind you that we're here for the Masters, celebrating golf. You can celebrate golf with us as part of the Occasional Invitational. Go to espn975.com. Registration that goes through Sundays. You just got a couple more days for that, and if you type in early bird promo, you get that promo price. So ESPN975.com is the website. The Occasional Invitational is April 29th at Sterling Country Club. If you're out there with us, it's a full day of golf, drinks, and you'll have lunch provided by Brown Bag Deli and dinner from Valencia's and prizes for our top team. So if you got a good team, put them together, and you can win something from us. Sign up now for the Occasional Invitational at ESPN975.com. All right, hour 1 done. We'll be back with hour 2 when we get back. We're back out at East River 9. AJ told me that we were breaking up a little bit as we were closing out the segment, so if you missed any of that, did want to remind you, the occasional invitational, go to ESPN975.com to sign up for that. And that early bird promo allows you to get the early bird price. That continues through the 12th. Just sign up at ESPN975.com. So we talked plenty of Rockets in the first hour. We got to some Astros as we were closing it out. We'll talk some NFL here. I was thinking which subjects particularly to get into, but the Colts who had a nice first half of the year. It was one of the stories of the year, particularly because we were in the midst of a Daniel Jones renaissance, and then the Achilles pops for him. Their season goes down the drain. They don't win a game the rest of the way. Kenny Moore he's been, I don't know how they deem him, but he seems like the one constant with the Colts with all the turnover, maybe throwing Quentin Nelson as well. He is now requesting a trade, and we know how this is. There was a deal to be done, but not to his liking, so now he wants out. That's what's going on with the Giants. Dexter Lawrence wants a deal. The Giants, who have a new regime there, at least when it comes to the coach and John Harbaugh, he wants money, new money. He's older as far as defensive tackles are concerned. I think he's 29 years old. He didn't play particularly well last year. He was injured the year before, so there's a bit of a difference between what they think he's worth and what he thinks he's worth. So we're at that time right before the draft where these things will start to pop up, and Kenny Moore is the latest. We talked yesterday that the Texans did what they were supposed to do, or what we expected them to do, and get the fifth-year options exercise for CJ and for Will Anderson. I don't foresee the Texans in one of these type of situations because they don't really have a veteran on the roster who is in a position to ask for more money. Like the Nico thing is going to get done. There's no one in that at that Kenny Moore level who's maybe play is declining a little bit, but still thinks he needs a new deal.
Yeah.
That they would be like maybe Aziz wanted a new deal. That would be the one guy that you could see. Not that anyone would ask for a trade, but there'd be a bit of a contract situation going forward.
Yeah, because the Texans don't really have that many third contract or guys looking for their third contract. It's mostly rookie scale to the second contract that they're at right now, and those negotiations normally aren't as contentious because there isn't that side of or the team side isn't looking at like, well, you are a 29-year-old nose tackle, like. We're not sure if we want to lock this up and for how long. But, Aziz Al-Shaair is the only one I could see like as a starter that is in that bucket. I mean, they trade away Titus Howard, who would have been like kind of in that zone. So, I mean, they could have just already gotten that work done already. Nico Collins, the other one that we've talked about a little bit of like what his next contract or what his contract situation is and how the Texans would want to manage that. But, other than Aziz, which is why I think you see, I know at least Lance and I forgot who else, maybe it was Matt Miller, have the Texans going linebacker in the first round at 28. Those are the only guy, or that's the only guy I could see in this type of situation. And it's a good chance, next week? No, 2 weeks from now. God, the draft's so late. 2 weeks from now.
2 weeks plus from now, yeah.
That you see the Texans might tip their hand a little bit on what they're thinking if they go linebacker, 28 or even, with the, 38th, 39th pick, whatever the second-round pick is.
It's a good shout about Titus Howard. He would have fallen into that category, and the minute he got traded to the Browns, there was a new deal waiting for him. So he was likely the one, if there was going to be a one. If the Texans tried and couldn't get a deal done, that would have requested a trade. So they did that quietly, efficiently, and he's a Brown. He got his money, and the Texans went on about their offseason, getting new offensive linemen in the mix from the Browns and Wyatt Teller, and then Braden Smith from the Colts. So, that's a really good shout. Aziz's deal is up after this year. There's some void year stuff going into 2027, but he is a unrestricted free agent after this year. So, do they let this play out? Does he get new money, or as you said, does does the draft give us an indication of their plans for him? And, of course, it may not just be Aziz, because Henry To'oTo'o is another guy that I don't want to say replaceable, but if you can find an improvement somewhere, you should probably attempt to do that.
You're looking at worst, like the third best defense in the league last year, returning so many pieces as we're talking about, still on their first contract, still very young, so you're not expecting a drop-off. And you're looking at the two pieces that aren't, like we said, like all-pro caliber, where it's like, and D-tackle, or like those are the three spots that you're like, these aren't, stud of stud, top 10 at their position in the NFL spots. So that's why, like, D-tackle, off-ball linebacker are the ones that get, kind of mocked. Care so much work on the offensive line in free agency that on most teams, Aziz Al-Shaair is like, you're not actually looking to replace that guy. It's just on this defense, especially with D'Amico Ryan's background, that you're kind of ready for them to invest, maybe not super heavily, but invest pretty heavily on that off-ball linebacker spot, given that's the position D'Amico played while he was in the NFL. They just haven't yet. So, yeah, I think To'oTo'o is more of the guy where you can see, like, even a day 2 guy stepping in and by, week 8 or whatever, taking over that spot, taking the, you see the crossover on snap counts from To'oTo'o to, rookie X. But, I mean, it is really, like, parsing, going over a fine-tooth comb with, like, who needs to be replaced on this Texas defense, because they could roll out tomorrow and I'd feel good about their too deep.
But honestly, it may just be about getting cheaper at certain spots where you can, because of how expensive this roster is going to be.
Yeah.
Do you want to give another deal to Aziz Al-Shaair when you know about the money that's going Will Anderson's way, where you know that in time Bullock and Lassiter are going to get theirs? Those are going to be expensive players that you can call premium players. Mm-hmm. Do you want to use this draft to find the replacements, because they're going to be cheaper going forward? Because we know off-ball linebackers, the ones of any worth, they get paid to the point where people start to question how much they're actually worth. You go back to Tremaine Edmonds when he got paid by the Bears. Did that really work out for them? Is when you pay an off-ball linebacker who doesn't really blitz and doesn't create pressures, you might want to just call him a stack linebacker. What's their value in a defense who values pass rushers and secondary? Yeah. So it's less for me about, hey, go replace Aziz, find an improvement. You may have to replace him because you can't find any reasonable way to pay him when you got all these other guys you got to pay.
Yeah, paying, Jacob Rodriguez, Anthony Hill, whatever, maybe C.J. Allen, paying him, second-round money on a rookie-scale contract. Like, that is just a better value, better trade-off proposition, especially if you think D'Amico Ryans can coach him up. That's kind of the other side of the – it's weird that they don't have their own, like, Fred Warner level of, like, on this defense full of the Monstars. Like, the one position that is kind of a normal position is D'Amico Ryans' old position. Well, it could be D'Amico viewing it as, like, well, give me anybody, I could coach that up. That
is a thing for some coaches where they sometimes they look to find a guy just like them to play the position, or they think, hey, this is my spot. I can coach that thing up. So that's something to look forward to in the draft. Do the Texans, and you might see it depending on how you view the roster, as being a little early on attacking linebacker, but then when you start to look at the finances and their top 2 guys being unrestricted free agents going into 2027 after the 2026 season, they may need to get on that. Yeah. So it isn't a bit of a desperate situation in the 2026 offseason or 2027 offseason.
Yeah, and the off-ball linebacker, kind of viewed position value-wise as like the running back of the defense, kind of, in quick and dirty, parlance. The same way it makes sense to draft a running back as like the final piece of an offense, well, maybe drafting the linebacker as like the final piece of your defense makes sense. And that is where you see at 28 one of these guys go off the board.
Yeah, you touched on the defensive tackle position, so that would be the other spot. We talked about him earlier in the week, like Caden McDonald, who I've seen. So whether it is at linebacker because you see the future as far as how long you want to keep Aziz Ashayer or Henry To'oTo'o around, or you look at your defensive tackle position and say, hey, we've done a lot of mixing and matching, picking guys up who were on other teams, or you start to call them journeyman defensive tackles outside of Sheldon Rankings. He's an established player that they've given some money to. He had a health issue before he joined the Texans. That's been squared away. He's been a good player for them. But do you want to find youth there to be cheaper? Because even when we're talking about some of the Tim Settles of the world and others that they signed, the Mario Edwards of the world, those guys are still more expensive than a rookie you might draft to help you fortify the center. So just something to look out for while offensive line and maybe there's a need for another corner can be looked at as something you attack in day 1 or 2. Defensive tackle and off-ball linebacker could be choices as well for the Texans.
It is nice that there isn't like a explosive need that's like they have to address this. It is nice to get most of your work done early to where you can go like wouldn't it be. I mean, all these would kind of be any pick on the defense is almost a luxury pick of like you're just taking a swing on an upside guy or on a guy that you think can be a bit player this year and move into a starting spot next year, and so you can let one of these veterans go. It's nice that it's not like oh my God, you have to, like, I don't know, again, if you had to play a game tomorrow, I don't know how you do it. The Texans could play a game tomorrow and probably be pretty close to what we see week 1 anyway.
Yeah. Do you find yourself a starter in this draft? If you do, it's probably at I mean, I've seen some people talk about offensive tackle if they weren't sure, but I don't know where that tackle would play when you have Ursary, you have Braden Smith with Wyatt Teller going to play guard along with Ed Ingram. So if it's not a defensive tackle, I don't know that you do find a starter unless you want to call your third corner if you draft one that isn't a nickel because there is maybe a lack of depth there as well, despite the hits they've had at those secondary spots. All right, we'll go to break with that as we we're one segment away from Michael Carroll joining us. He is the host of Comicast. He does that with John Lee. So if you have questions on TV and movies, he'll be the guy to answer those for you. Like Keith called us yesterday, and he touched on some sports things, including Lucas Giolito. He also asked about The Boys, so we can talk about The Boys as that premiered, and we'll see if Michael has some thoughts on that. You're welcome to join us then or before then, 713-780-3776. It's myself and Sean until noon. Here at East River 9, we will be back.
You're back inside the mobile Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olalea.
One of the better personalities in all of college football is back, at least in a more prominent role. Will Muschamp is the Texas DC. Was he on? He was a defensive analyst for Georgia last year.
Yeah, he was like kind of pseudo-retired, or viewed as like pseudo-retired, because he was in DC for the Georgia Bulldogs for I think a couple years. He was before that, and I think his son went to Vanderbilt. I think he kind of took a step back to go to his son's games and all that.
Got it.
Now he's
no,
done
son,
with my son.
Don't even know your name anymore. Now what does his son play defense?
I would assume so.
Is he going to game? Now he has a game plan against his son.
Completely blind guess. His son plays defense.
Yeah, probably a safety if we had to guess. So he replaces. I always struggle with the last name Pete Kwiatkowski. I always go back and forth how to say that. The former Texas DC who's now in the NFL. So Will Muschamp will have microphones in front of him going forward. So we'll get some special things, and I think we got something special during spring football, as he let us all know they do it differently at Texas. Here's Will Muschamp about Texas and academics.
From a length standpoint, from an athletic standpoint, some of the testing numbers, obviously they need to have good tape. They got to have a good transcript. Our players go to school here in Texas, so we actually go to class. Not like some other places. So at the end of the day, all of those things are encompassing and very important to any student athlete here.
Not like some other places. Now, we could say that Will Muschamp has coached at a lot of schools that could fit under the category of other places.
I mean, they are literally other places.
But also the places you would go, those players don't go to class. They're SEC schools who care a lot about football. He has coached at all those places, so
yeah. His last Georgia, those players seem like they have a lot of free time.
Well, at least to drive around.
they're not driving to class. It doesn't seem like.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you're driving at that rate of speed. It's probably not to get to biology. So he was a head coach at South Carolina, the head coach at Florida. He was previously at Texas at one point, the DC at LSU. So these are all places that care a lot about football, and at times players have maybe not cared as much about the academic side. So the follow-up question is, well, Coach, you've coached at other schools. Did those schools fall in that category when you were there, or you were one of the coaches where no matter what school you're at, all the players care about going to class?
I'm sure there is like a spring practice press conference from 2013 or whatever, where he's like, "Yeah, here at Florida, our guys go to class." Like, I'm sure that exists. I can't imagine that doesn't exist.
I'm just going to assume, and because he's Will Muschamp, that no matter where he's been, the players cared.
And I would not want to push Will Muschamp too hard on anything.
I would do it in the spring where there's low stakes.
Yeah, he did seem more, in general, more relaxed in this. He was wearing a T-shirt that it was like, I forgot what the acronym was, but it was basically like, if you don't hit people, you don't play. It's basically like whatever the acronym was on the T-shirt. So, of course,
NT equal MP.
Yeah, I think that's no thud, no play, or no
equals
minutes.
no play, maybe.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it was something like that, and it's like, of course, a minute and a half long thing of him being like, there's some guys here that don't hit. Guess what? They're not going to play. I love that Muschamp is back.
Yeah, it's
back
good.
in our lives.
Yeah, Sark doesn't really give you much. He'll get upset from time to time, but he needs his the yin to the yang, and I think Will Muschamp will provide that. Now, at Texas, of course, will be as talented as always, so he's going to have a good unit to work with. But having him back in a prominent role in college football is good. It's good to know that we come in on a Monday, and depending on how the game has gone, he likely won't speak after the game. They'll have a certain day set aside for coordinators.
Yeah, I think Mondays normally start. I think it's either Tuesday or Wednesday, a couple times a year at the coordinators talk.
So if we're fortunate to be around, will we have Will watch in the fall? Yes, we will have Will Muschamp watch in the fall.
We'll also see him on the sideline.
Yeah, we'll be able to watch him, but then Has he chilled any? That's another question.
I don't know. He wears glasses now every once in a
I
while.
have seen him. He looks more astute when he's got his glasses on.
Yeah.
But when insert name of Texas DB who blows a coverage and he has to come over or gets hit with a personal foul penalty, will he be a more chill Muschamp in the new era, or will he be the guy who feels like he's on the verge of a stroke like we saw him at times in the past?
I mean,
what do you think?
I hope not.
You're hoping for a less chilled Muschamp?
Maybe he, like,
or more. You want him to be old Will.
I don't want him to be on 10 just because, I mean, he's got to be like 60 now.
He's a little older.
Yeah, just,
Still looks great. He's 54.
Actually, you know what then? Maybe an 8 on the Will Muschamp meltdown scale. Not that clip of him and Nick Saban both, like, just absolutely tearing some LSU players a new one, for 30 straight seconds is the most mad I've ever seen a coach.
Yeah.
And there's two of them standing right next to each other.
You thought he was a Georgia fan who painted himself red. That's how red he was, screaming, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously him punching a whiteboard.
Yeah. You want a little less than that.
Just like
slightly less.
A notch.
I don't want him to lose a passion for the game, but maybe no bodily harm to himself or damage to property.
Because you do need some of that.
Yeah,
to
be
coach
you do.
As SEC defense.
Definitely
I think,
do.
Or any high. That's not an SEC superiority thing. It's just any level of defense. He's only coached in the SEC. Any level of high power football defense, you need a sprinkling of that, a smattering. But yeah, I don't want there to be any health complications. I think they asked is there any position that needs improvement? And he was like, they all need improvement. He's like, it's April. They all need improvement.
Yeah, what are we talking about? It's spring. We're not where we want to be, and when the games start. Yeah,
the perfect answer. Perfect answer, Coach. Yeah, no, they all need to be better.
No one's job is safe. Nothing's settled.
Yeah.
We got to wait for good on good. I love that from coaches. Good on good. So
good on good. Which I don't know if you'll get at the spring game.
No.
The spring game is basically an open practice.
At this point.
Sarkisian said, he was like, we don't have enough offensive linemen, which he's done every year, been like, we don't have enough offensive linemen for a real scrimmage.
Well, I mean, early on in 2025, you didn't have enough even with the 5 you had out there.
Yeah,
and it got better as the year went on, which is odd considering how much they publicized, how much they were paying their offensive linemen.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm not buying that too much, and there's really no excuse for Texas not to have enough guys to protect their quarterback to allow him to get the ball to those weapons. So that's in the future. Will Muschamp is right. No one is as good as they should need to be because the games are months away. In a couple minutes, we'll be joined by Michael Carroll. Eric, I see you. You want to talk to Michael. Anyone else want to join us to talk to Michael? 713-780-3776. We're at East River 9 to celebrate the Masters. And while I won't call it a celebration, I'll call this an acknowledgement of excellence. That's why I like to talk about Monument Chevrolet. Go to monumentchevrolet.com to see all they have to offer as far as their vehicles are concerned. But it is an extension of Truck Month, so if you're looking for a truck, Monument Chevrolet is the place to go. They are giving you the supplier discount price for their Silverado 1500s. What that means is you're getting the seller price. It's the best deal they can offer you on the Silverado 1500. They also have great deals on other vehicles as well, whether it's a Colorado or a different model of the Silverado. So whether it be a truck like the Colorado Silverado or maybe an SUV like a Blazer, the Blazer, the Trailblazer, the Trax, the Equinox, great deals on great vehicles for you right at Monument Chevrolet. They're in Pasadena off of Bellway 8 and 225, so it's pretty simple. Find the car, truck, or SUV that you want on the website, then go to Pasadena and find that car and that price in person. You'll get to talk to Jeff. He's their salesperson. He's their general manager. He's their point person. Any questions you have, ask Jeff. He'll get you squared away and then get you set with a salesperson who will walk you through the process in a way that you're going to enjoy to make sure you get a car that you're always going to enjoy. That's the Monument Chevrolet way. That's Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together let's drive. Sean and I out here at East River 9, some guy, Michael Carroll, back in studio. What's up, Michael?
What's up? How are y'all?
We're doing good. Appreciate you joining us one more time. You can find Michael's work on Comicast, wherever you listen to podcasts. He does that with Jong Lee. Their latest issue is on the most recent episode of Daredevil, episode 4. So 4 episodes into Daredevil, what's the general feel from you and Jong about it?
We both are enjoying it so far. I think one of the aspects that we brought up in this latest issue was how the previous series, the Netflix series, was comic booky in nature, especially when you talk about the hand and everything about that series. But what this one does is make you feel like it's ripping out pages of a comic book. And specifically in episode 4, it really felt that way with the boxing match that Fisk does, Bullseye being an absolute menace and stealing the show, and just different aspects that I think for both of us really work. It's not a perfect show. We've had our problems with some aspects to it, but overall we're enjoying it and really curious to see where it goes in the next few episodes because we're halfway through the season already. We only have 4 episodes left, and then right before the Punisher, One Last Kill special comes out on May 12th.
Yeah, we saw that trailer out for another Punisher vehicle. John Barenthal back at it. We know he's going to be in the new Spider-Man movie as well. He was doing an interview, and someone, I think they're referencing how his nose looked like it had been broken a lot of times. But yeah, clearly. I think he said it maybe like 12 times his nose has been broken, which seems like a lot for a guy who isn't actually a professional combat sports guy.
Yeah, that's a lot of incidences on set, or maybe they're not all incidents on set. Maybe they're some of them in his personal life.
I feel like maybe
one
half.
or two are in his personal.
I think I would say maybe a good third of them happened when he just got into an altercation with someone, or maybe they were mouthing off to him. I don't know. I'm not going to put it on Barenthal to always be the guy to start something. But all right, what's the other option?
Or he has weak cartilage. Yeah.
So you say
Michael Carroll's the one that called John Barenthal weak.
Yeah,
right?
it wasn't me.
I didn't say